Hello. I went back to my non-Halloween avatar because I just feel I like it a lot. Let's see. I'm trying to make sure this music volume is appropriate. It's kind of hard to tell. But I hope that sounds nice. If it's ever too loud, let me know. I'll err on the side of it being too quiet.
New chat. Stream Elements.
That's true.
Says Apollo Moon Twitch is now live streaming the Long Drive TLD Spoopa season.
There's no lie in that. Alright. Let's have some fun. We left off on episode 6. I figured out what was the problem with the baskets. My game had automatically updated to a new version where you can turn that on and off as a setting, and I guess it's off by default. But this is great news because I was testing it and it allows you to have Physlock on in the entire interior of a vehicle, and I'm guessing that means inside trailers too, although it might not. I will figure that out very soon. So let me just double check my settings while I'm on top of my bus for no reason. Also, I kept talking to Coconut Crow about the game, and hopefully they might actually be getting it soon, so we might be testing out multiplayer together in the future. That'll be nice. Let me just double check here. Yes, I have it on whole interior. So inside glove boxes, baskets, trunks, racks, and interiors of the car, things should not move once you place them down. Let's try that with the barrels. Although I think this is already a good indication. So if I wanted to keep this up on the dash, I'd have to actually do it properly. Then that should stay there, even if I jiggle the bus. Nice. This is great news for my barrels, because I no longer have to use the basket seatbelt system. This is diesel. This is oil. I'm keeping the oil in the front passenger or front driver side because it's right next to the compartment. Might as well remove some of the baskets. Interesting. I might have to take some time to do that. More diesel. Put this one over here for now. Here we go. I'll keep putting these on the side. Just because. It's a bad idea. At this point, it's more of a flex than a strategy. Because the barrels will stay put now, I don't really need this many baskets. But who knows? Maybe I'll find a use for them. For now, I'm just trying to get them out of the way. They're still useful for grabbing stuff from loot areas. So that's nice. So I can rock the bus, and the barrels aren't rolling around. I think that means they're properly stuck. What's that yellow thing? Is the music too loud? I feel like it might be. I gotta turn it down some more. It's hard to tell. I'm not hearing the game audio very loud. Maybe I have that turned down. Oh, I do. I might regret that. I wonder why I have it down at half. Maybe it was competing with my voice or something? Oh well. I guess just expect this video to have sort of unpredictable sound. Maybe I'll use all these baskets for food that I can pick up and bring to mom or something. It's so weird, the idea of picking things up and delivering them to a fake mom, because I'm doing that for my real mom in real life as well. Detach. And there's all these as well. Okay, I guess I just have a very large basket collection. And these seem to be staying put just fine. Oh yes, so this is great. That means I can actually put things back here. I'll have the last one be my gold bar storage. Just because it seems like a good idea. It'd be funny if this one was just food. but I just had like a big pile of food, like I was going to the farmer's market or something. I'll do that. Whenever I get food, I'll toss it back here. Including bottles of alcohol, I guess. I don't know whether Mom drinks or not. But if she does, I'm sure she'll appreciate it. Oh yeah, for reference, a lot of people don't know this. I don't necessarily endorse drinking alcohol, especially if you don't already. Because it does actually give you cancer, so be mindful of that. It happens at the same rate as, basically the same hazard rate as smoking. Which is to say, the less you do it, the less of an issue it is.
Seralna.
Woo! Hello. We are playing The Long Drive, being very silly about it, but enjoying the new Physlock feature. Will make things a lot less chaotic. Oh, here we go. I can put everything up here. That should be great. I wonder if I can fit them both in if I kind of scoot them. Not really. That's fine though. Oh, it was a gold bar. Nice. That means that the side basket probably also works. Hey, let me know if the sound is weird. Let's see. I'm not realizing I'm probably not actually looking at chat right now. Hold on. I'm gonna bring up chat on my phone. Just a second. Gotta wait for this bad boy to load. Let's see. Okay, I have it up now. I should be able to see anything somebody types. I'm definitely gonna enjoy this update. I think stuff isn't like properly Physlocked. I think there's still some jiggling around that happens, but I won't know until I test it. That's nice. I can put these little lights right on top of the dash, and then they should be able to give me a better light angle. Are my lights on? Yes. Do I not have lights? I bet my headlights fell out at some point. Oh my gosh, I don't have headlights. Well, that'll be something to pick up soon. There's my oil, diesel, more diesel. An empty jerry can, that's fine. Woo! That's a weird reaction from the bus. Interesting. That's a little concerning. Should be fine though. What is this thing? Looks like a bike headlight or something. Oh no, it's just a square car headlight. Here's a headlight for my bus. I'm glad I have one. There we go. Can't believe I was driving without headlights. Hopefully I'll find another one. Since everything's spilled out everywhere, I can't really tell what I have. Diesel. Diesel. These baskets are very opinionated. They're like, you don't understand, you need me here. What are you gonna do without me? There we go. I'm gonna make this a basket area. Since if they're gonna clip around, it's not gonna interfere with much. I've never thought of putting them on the ceiling. That might be a good way to secure things without Physlock, is to have them pointed upright and go like that. Wow, I never thought of that before. That's totally a thing. You can definitely store stuff in the ceiling like that. I can't believe I've just now thought of that. Might be a good way to keep these lights doing what I want them to do. Although, if they're lower to the ground, they might be more useful. I might be able to do the same thing in opposite, like to pin these to the ground. Oh my god, that totally works. You can just sort of... Nice. Well, these are supposed to be Physlock, so maybe they won't jostle around. Let's hope anyway. Make it much easier to store rubber hoses as well. This update is great. Nice. That's a lot more light than usual. Oh, another headlight. Perfect. Yes. I have no idea how loud everything is. I keep wanting to check, but I don't really have a way to check. I keep turning down the music, but it keeps feeling like it's too loud. Alright, I'm turning down the desktop audio in general, in total, including the game audio. So hopefully my voice is understandable. Of course, it's not really important to understand what I'm saying. It's just ideal that it's possible. That's a pretty good spot. Nah, these are good what they are. I don't have another one for the other side, though. Yeah, I think that's all of them. 2 back there, 2 in the middle, and 1 up front. That's okay. Actually, I might take that for my inventory. Oh no, wait, I have another one in my inventory. Perfect. Good enough. Actually, can I do better? That's basically it. That's not bad either. Pretty good light coverage now. Yeah, this is way better than before the update. Oh, that's right. I can put extra stuff up here. Alright, not bad. And I can repurpose this anytime I want, which is nice. Let's see. In fact, I'm going to bring one to use for transporting these gold bars really quick. Oh wait, it won't work inside the bus. Oh well. Well, it's very heavy. In this case, it would probably be better not to use the basket. My idea is that this is just like the treasure hoard. These are up here for a specific purpose, but that's no longer a thing. I'll put them up on the ceiling. Actually, over here's fine too. Actually, no. The ones on the side of the bus actually are probably the most problematic. Because if there's stuff in the seats that clips into them, they could cause a lot of annoying stuff. So if I'm going to add more, I'll just add them to the ceiling until I run out. And maybe I'll add them to the roof. Actually, will those clip into each other? I don't know. they probably won't. These don't look like they're going past the ceiling. There we go. As for this stuff, if everything goes according to plan, they should just sort of hang out here in a nice little pile. I might even be able to make a little table or something out of set pieces. This also might help the refrigerator situation. I could go back to using a fridge. I'm actually going to keep this one and an outside basket. So there's always one conveniently nearby. So far everything looks great. Oh yeah, more baskets. I don't want them to block the light though. I'll just lay them down.
New user. Blind Beans.
Blind Beans.
New chat. Blind Beans. Says Apollo, hey yo, what s up my guy?
Yo 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 yo. What is up with you? It's nice to have y'all. I'm always happy whenever I see somebody I recognize. Prop up my phone really quick. There we go. Just playing the long drive again. I like the new update. It's nice. It allows you to Physlock anything inside the interior of a vehicle without needing all these baskets that I've been collecting.
New chat. Blind Beans. Says I'm taking care of 2 kids RNLOL, one's playing on my Switch, one's spinning in my chair and looking at New York art.
Well, at least they're occupied. Sounds like they're having a nice time. I hope it works out. Don't worry if you have to stop stream because you gotta do something for them. I won't mind at all. I appreciate people who make sure that kids' lives are going well. How am I gonna get this basket? There we go. I should probably put it over here for now. The developers have a lot on their plate already, but I was kind of thinking, wouldn't it make more sense for containers to not intersect with each other by default? For that to not do anything? Oh, this is an oil barrel. Okay, let's see. I'll move the diesel over here. And I'll move the oil up. There. This is no longer the VIP passenger seat. That's oil. So, do we actually... Coolant is good. And oil could use a little bit of a top up. Oil. Nice. Let me know
New
if
chat.
the sound is okay as well.
Blind Beans. Says LMAO, I flashed my LED lights really fast in diff colors and the kids fell on the floor and stared at them like a trance LOL.
I've never seen anything like that in my life. What just happened? That's really cute. We're kind of like side-weighted. We should put some of the diesel on the other side. That should be better. Alright, finally ready to see if this works.
New chat. Blind Beans. Says, would I be allowed to take a pic of the two kids and cross out the bottom of their faces and then put it on the Discord? New chat. Stream Elements. Says 10-year-old com AM Discord.
Oh, I have it set up so that anytime somebody says Discord, it posts a link. No, do not put pictures of minors on the internet. That is a big no-no. That includes yourself. We have a license plate back here? Oh, that's right. Because of BKY. It looks like everything's working. I'm surprised. Definitely pleasantly surprised. We can top up the fuel a little bit too.
New chat. Blind Beans. Says, got it my guy, one of them says hi.
Hey! Tell them I said hello back. I don't know if they can hear me or not. Boop. Alright.
New chat. Blind Beans. Says 5 hey can indeed hear you.
Nice. I'm so glad that this is working. I'm very happy with my bus. Look how bright it is. It's got lights all over. Now it's not dangerous driving at night. I like that this game can be really pretty. Oh, that's right. In this update, they added wires to the telephone poles. That's cool. And everything stayed exactly where I put it. This is so nice. More baskets. I don't need any more, but you know what they say, the more the merrier.
New chat. Blind Beans. Says they're both bored, so I gave one my laptop with Netflix and Pinterest and all that, and gave one my manga, and they're happy and no bothering me anymore.
Good. Just don't put them on YouTube. Do 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 do. Yeah, I like interacting with kids, but because they always have so much more energy than me, it's like, I don't know how to handle it. It's like, I'll get tired when they're still, like, getting ready to rumble. And I'll be like, why? Why me? Whoa! No idea where that went. Oh, here it is. I don't know what that was about. Interesting. Collecting these lids in case I ever find the trailer that goes with it. Empty coolant. Don't need gas. I will take the croissant. Put it into my food truck.
New chat. Blind Beans. Says I put them on the kids account and stuff and kids safety contract all on YT so they're all good and set and yeah they're up and crazy while I'm here in bed wearing pajamas.
Nice. I trust the kid features on Netflix, but I don't trust the kid features on YouTube. You heard about all the crazy stuff that happened, right? Basically, there was problems with the AI, and it didn't know, like, how to stop people from making extremely disturbing content that made it to the YouTube Kids side of the website. Let's see. It's a nice sled. Oh, a bug. Perfect. We have a new passenger.
New chat. Blind Beans. Says yeah she's watching Superstore on Netflix we good she's watched it before and her mom told me the age stuff she's allowed to watch so we all good.
Yeah, that's definitely how I prefer people do it, is like the idea of something being curated, I guess. Like, if it's handpicked by adults, it's definitely a lot more trustworthy than if kids are just randomly encountering things. I've sometimes thought about making a list of stuff that I would want to show my kids if I had any. Just like a list of stuff, like, organized by age that I've watched and I thought had a really good impact on me. Not like that's the only thing that they would be allowed to watch, but like it's nice to have a default so you don't have to always think about it really hard.
New chat. Blind Beans. Says Soup Soup has come over from his house, let's freaking go.
Oh, nice. I heard one of y'all moved, so it's great that you're still within hangout distance. I'll take this barrel for water. I definitely think Mom will appreciate it if we bring water home. Maybe I'll have a barrel for water and a barrel for alcohol. Even if she doesn't drink, alcohol is still useful in baking. And for making craft projects with. You can use it for cleaning, or for making extracts. Definitely a handy household chemical. Boop. Boop-a-doop. Italian sausage.
New chat. Blind Beans. Says yeah he moved about an hour or so away but he walks over still and his GF is cool with me, her and me are friends so everything is going well and my BF and me are doing amazing but my school has been.
School has been interesting. Yeah. For all the stuff I've heard about your school. interesting is definitely a word for it.
New user. Cole Guy. New chat.
Hello.
Cole Guy. Says WSG.
WSG? I don't get it. But that's really awesome y'all are able to hang out. It's so nice when
New chat. Cole Guy. Says how you doing?
Good, how are you? There's a lot of people who think that like jealousy and romance stuff gets in the way a lot more than it actually does. The whole thing about like
New
not
chat.
being able to have friends of the other
Cole
gender
Guy.
and stuff.
Says I got my pencils back.
Ooh, nice. I don't remember you losing pencils, but I don't have a great memory, so. What was that about again?
New chat. Cole Guy. Says my mom took my drafting pencils.
That's rude. There's no point to do that. Unless you're like stabbing people with them. Severed leg. As funny as it is, I don't really have a use for it. Not even roleplay wise. Successful looting mission. And I can afford to keep the bus running 100% of the time. Just look at all this freaking fuel. How am I gonna run out? I'm gonna fill this whole bus up with fuel. It's gonna be ridiculous.
New chat. Blind Beans. Says yeah, my school has been bad, we got a new principal and she more strict on things, but that has caused rebellion from the students, so the boys have been more physical and forceful on their urges, and
the girls have been speaking out, which is good, using our voices finally. Yeah, I mean, it's good that you're speaking up. It sucks that the principal's worse than the other one. Yikes. I don't know what you mean by urges or violence, but hopefully not in a serious way. I know that public school can be very stressful and it can bring out the worst in people. But hopefully people are still treating each other with respect. I wonder how many croissants I can put into the trailer before the game breaks. I really like how the barrels just sort of staying stacked up like that. That's so nice. How many barrels could I fit in there? It'd be a lot. I could use the interior of the bus for something else besides barrels, but it's really convenient to be able to have them in the same compartment that I use them in. I wonder how much I should bother with boats.
New chat. Blind Beans. Says in our town had a mass stabbing happen and then a shooting in the school over from me, so that has been scary, but we still gotta go to school, which is ass, you know.
Oh, yeah, that sucks. Unfortunately, it's kind of everywhere. When Malachi was afraid to move to America, I'm like, I don't blame you. It's just kind of like that. I mean, you could always ask to be homeschooled, but you know, everybody's home situation is different. School is supposed to be a place where you're safe. The origin of the word for school came from a word that meant to take a break. It was considered what you do when you're not working on a farm for your parents.
New chat.
Nice.
Blind Beans.
Whoops.
Says some boys thought it would be funny to play gun sounds on speakers in the stairwell and people were ducking down and running away and screaming like who TF would do that for fun and then laugh it.
Yeah,
New
that
chat.
can permanently traumatize people.
Says what the heck. New chat. Cool guy. Says you good bro.
That would be, in my opinion, grounds for a permanent suspension from school. That's not just bad behavior. That's not just, you know, being a bad student. That's evil behavior. I hope the laugh that they got out of it was worth dozens of people being traumatized. There's no excuse for that behavior. You're really dealing with it every day, huh? I hope you move when you have the ability. There's definitely places that are better and worse.
Chat. Cool guy. Says I spilled 1,300 gallons of gas into the Pacific Ocean. New chat. Blind Beans. Says cool guy 0314 all good just very shaken up.
Yeah, I can imagine. You're gonna need more than a meditation app.
New chat. Cool guy. Says dang. New chat. Cool guy. Says well. New chat. Cool guy. Says hope you feel better.
Yeah, I hope you take as much break as you need and get all the rest you need, because, I mean, at the very least, if you keep up your physical health, it helps.
Cool guy. Says retire if needed.
Retire from being a student? I wish.
New chat. Cool guy. Says call Saul or sub.
Yeah, I mean, if those students' parents haven't been talked to yet, that's a problem. I'm assuming people already brought it up with the principal. Is that another trailer? I hope so. No, it's just a bed. I don't need a white wall tire. Do I? Maybe I'll organize these a little bit.
New chat. Blind Beans. Says my parents still think it's heavily needed go to school, so the rule in this house is if you dying physically then you're going to school.
They're gonna regret that if you actually get injured.
Says I've been playing Tetris for 13 hours, help.
Just stop playing Tetris. You don't need help, you just need to put the game down. I mean, yeah, your parents are gonna regret saying that if you actually get injured.
New chat. Cool guy. Says oh I forgot. New chat. Cool guy. Says and holy crap. New chat. Cool guy. Says I thought my parents were bad.
I mean, I kind of get how parents have a knee-jerk reaction of saying go to school. Like, I was sick a lot as a kid, and so I would constantly be trying to go home, you know, to recuperate. And, you know, every time I'd go to school, my teachers were like, you're too sick to be in school while you're here. And they would send me home, and every time I'd go home, my parents are like, you're fine, why aren't you at school? Sometimes there's no winning. But no, I get it. I mean, like, education is important. It's just that they could choose to homeschool.
New chat.
Ideally.
Blind Beans. Says, well, I've gotta head out. I have to walk the kids back to their homes, so CYA around, man.
Yeah, good idea. I hope things go better for you. Very soon. Where was that oil?
New chat. Cool guy. Says good luck, good sir.
Yeah. Please do have good luck. There's probably nothing up on the roof. Thankfully, blind beans is really cool, really tough. Why aren't my headlights working again? I'm definitely supposed to have headlights.
New chat. BKY. Says hello, can you update us on your the long drive progress?
Yes, hello BKY, how are you? Basically, I am... What? The headlights popped off at some point. Oh, it must have been when I hit the pole, of course. That means I'm gonna have to figure out how to pick up some new ones. Okay, so basically, everything's going great. The new update made it so that I don't have to use baskets to hold these guys into their seats, so it's very handy. I have an insane amount of liquids for my vehicle.
New chat.
Everything's going great.
Cool guy. Says long drive IRL would be fun.
I mean, I've kind of done that. We used to drive a lot when I was a kid. We'd go cross-country trips. Alright, better than nothing. So this is definitely nostalgic for me. Also, doing stuff together is always better.
New chat. Cool guy.
Is this not compatible?
Says I like the survival aspect.
Oh, it is compatible. Yeah. The survival game part is really nice. I've actually turned off most of the survival stuff, though. Like, I'm not playing with food or with enemies. Just because that's not the part of the game that I was excited to play. So I wanted to focus on
New chat.
the looting
Cool guy.
and upgrading part.
Says take it easy.
Yeah. If you're bouncing, have a good one. I've got 3 trailers.
New chat.
Plus a
Cool
big
guy.
trailer.
Says BTW your captions are really bad.
Captions? Am I using captions? Let me see. Well, thank you for
New
feedback,
chat.
because feedback is important.
Cool guy. Says crap. New chat. Cool guy. Says that's me. New chat. Cool guy. Says my bad.
Oh, that's okay. I was like, did you mean the on-screen chat? Maybe the colors are wrong? But thank you for letting me know, even if it wasn't a thing.
New chat. Cool guy. Says my intelligence if frightening.
You know, we all have brain farts. There's an old quote, even geniuses are stupid 99% of the day. Which is true. So, I've got my first trailer, which I've decided is going to be for food and water, even though I'm
New
not
chat.
using it.
Cool guy. Says I am a take a shower.
Awesome.
New chat. Cool guy. Says and listen to Better Call Saul.
Feel free, yeah, absolutely. Thanks for hanging out. So my first trailer is for food and water for roleplay reasons.
New chat. Cool guy.
Second one is for car
Says
parts.
I'll be back.
Okay.
New chat. BKY. Says I think the Twitch automatic captions are inaccurate. We have brain farts becomes we have brief arts. New chat. Cool guy. Says if we're still live.
I'll probably still be live. I'm planning to stream most of the day today. So I have food and water, then car parts, then like cleaning supplies and extra like other stuff. And then the back, I've got my loot, which is gold bars, gold genie lamps, that stuff. And I thought that, you know, if I'm making a cross-country drive just to meet up with Mom, I might as well bring her some cool stuff. Maybe she's running out of food, so I'll bring some food. Maybe she's out of water, so I'll bring water. Maybe she wants to be rich and awesome, so I'm going to bring alcohol and gold. In fact, I'm going to see if there's a possibility that I can, actually carry a whole car on a trailer. I don't know if it was possible in the past or in this update, but I'm guessing that this update might make it easier to try that if it is a thing. And I love that no matter how the trailers flip around, everything stays in them. It's so nice. Like, that one's fully upside down, but the stuff is still in it. The long drive is long. Wonder if my music is still going. Oh, it is. Can y'all let me know if the relative
New
volumes
chat.
of stuff is good?
BKY says I don't hear music.
Alright, I'm turning it up now. Let me know if you hear it.
New chat. BKY says okay, I hear it now.
Okay, cool. I wanted it to be quiet, but not unhearable. I was really excited for pumpkin season. I heard that in this game, pumpkins will spawn around Halloween. And I thought that it would have already happened, and I was sad because I didn't see any. But apparently, it'll start on October 25th, I think. And then go until, like, November 5th. So I think it's 5 days before and after, with 10 days total. So in that time, I'm going to collect as many pumpkins as possible. Switching over from the long bus to the short bus was a really good idea at the time, but I'm wondering if I can handle the long bus now, and should I switch over if I find one? It certainly has more storage. Not that I need it, it's just kind of a flex.
New chat. BKY says have you managed to meet Mom in any of your save files?
Nope. This is my first playthrough still, because I was dedicated to making it all the way to the end on my first playthrough, as long as it was still physically possible. It was really touch and go for a while there, because I thought I was permanently lost, after I had been in a situation where I thought I was permanently stuck. So it was very stressful. But once I made it out of that valley, everything was golden. Everything's perfect. Is that a structure or just a weird rock? That's just a weird rock. Oh hey, something's happening. It's a boost. I don't need gas. Cleaning supplies. I don't know why I rammed into the building. I had the idea that I was going to swing around again, but I had it too late. That's okay, I can just back up. Oil? Sure, I'll take that. Mostly just because I can. Paint can. Oil. It's nice to see a bus spawn. Let's see. There's a bike up there. I don't want that. And there's probably nothing in here. Nope. No parts, no nothing. So maybe headlights? No, no headlights. That's a shame. It's even empty. Oh, there's a jerry can up there. Oops. This is gas, don't need that. And some ammo, don't need that. And a magazine, don't need that. There's only a couple magazines in this game, so I'm sure Mom already has all of them. Plus, unless she's attracted to women, they're probably not that useful to her. I'll take the rim, though. Maybe our mom is a lesbian. I'm kind of driving a gay bus. A lot of people talk about, like, oh, queer people can't make babies. That's such a weird thing to say. There's definitely families of people where all of them, just by coincidence, happen to all be queer. And it works exactly the same way as everybody else does it. People have turned that gay island thing into a huge meme. I think people even wrote books on it. The whole thing about, like, oh, put all the gay people on an island because they'll die out because they won't have sex with each other. It's like, that definitely wouldn't happen. But that makes an interesting world building prompt. Like, is there just one island for all queer people, or is it gay island specifically, and then there's another one for lesbians, and then another one for bi people? Like, what are we talking here, you know? Like, a lot of people came up with a bunch of different stuff. Like, asexual people are mermaids who live in the ocean or something. And I think, yeah, recalling now, a lot of people made, like, short story prompts about it.
Says Mom, wow, this woman sure has a big set of perky giant round eyes.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, her stare is mesmerizing. Yeah, I think somebody actually published a book using Gay Island as a world building prompt. I was thinking about making a game out of it. I thought it would be interesting. It's like, you know, it's like, what if you were in charge of managing the population at Gay Island? Like, managing people being banished there and, like, trying to set up a community in the wilderness and stuff. I thought that might be an interesting management sim game. I'm not really sure how to get the trailers under control. As you can see, they're very excitable. Just driving in a straight line causes them to jump around. I know that there's a lot of factors that can contribute to that, like the weight of the contents, the relative height, the tire size, the speed at which the whole thing is going. There's like a lot of factors, but I don't know how to control them. I don't know which ones contribute to which scenario. As you can see, I've given the big trailer just rims with no wheels in the front. I don't know why, but maybe it was because of the specific height that it put it at, being pretty nice. Also in this game, there's really no reason to use tires. If you don't have any, it's fine, because it runs just fine on rims. I guess. I think it might have a different traction, though. I've heard that if the tire in this game is in good or bad condition, that does contribute to the driving in some way. I haven't really memorized it, though. So maybe the rims are like one extreme or the other. But the big trailer seems to do just fine. Maybe I can purposely give them lesser or higher quality tires depending on whether I want them to have more or less friction, I guess. But again, I would have to know what contributes to fishtailing and what doesn't. Oh well. Maybe they'll figure it out one day. You know what? Maybe Coconut Crow would know. Maybe I'll ask her later when I'm helping her figure out how to set up the game. Whoa. A car exploded off that roof. Well, there's a bunch of cars and stuff. That would be a great time to test to see if I can actually put a car on this caravan. Might have to put it in the big trailer. And, like, unhinge the other two. I will turn the car off for this because this is a big area. There could be a lot of stuff going on. Oil. Will take. I'll consolidate these into the barrels in the front later. A tire! I'll put it in the tire storage, which I don't even know why I have. Can't go wrong with having tires, right? What are you rocking? Uh-huh. What about your headlights? It's too bad I can't just mount this whole bumper thing onto the bus. Are any of these headlights actually... do they actually perform better than other headlights? I can't really tell. At least they match now. I could steal all the speedometers and stuff. I mean, if you're gonna collect things, you might as well collect things, right? Maybe we can start a shop. You know, me and my fictional mother. We can make a shop for people to come by and trade. Nobody else has done it so far. At least not in the game lore. Or, I guess not in gameplay. I think the devs were intending to have NPCs at some point. I think they mentioned something. I don't mind whether they do or not, though. It's all arrested. I can steal the good rim. It's not a perfect rim. Is it worth stealing? Not really. Oh, the license plates, though. This is perfect. We can finally add letters. None on the back. Alcohol for mom. If she doesn't drink, it's for cooking. More oil. A frig. There's food. Big chunk of bacon. Actually, should I keep filling this with food if I'm gonna experiment trying to put a car into it? I wonder how glitchy that might be. Well, there's still enough room to try to drive one in anyway. I could do that right now. These are weird to maneuver. I'll just drive forward a little bit. Put this here so I can attach it later. So So if I manage to get like a ramp going, using some planks or something. Oh yeah, and I can take the wheels off. Did it actually help? Maybe I can tilt it up by propping up on these tires in the front. Okay, I'm gonna hit the brake and detach this. Some of the food flew out. Oh crap. Oh no. I guess it didn't see me. I heard you can get picked up by it. Well, that's more or less what I wanted. Maybe the collision turns off while it's trying to settle on the wheels. Did the bottle break? We do have broken bottles. Okay. Bottle storage, not a great idea in the back of the trailer. Understood. Yeah, even this barrel moved around. It actually flipped over. Okay, got it. So, maybe I'll set this, the food aside for a minute. I can always make the food trailer be a different trailer. Okay, so how far down is this? It's better. If I could get, not necessarily this car, but one of these cars. I'm gonna move this out of the way a bit. Oh yeah, crates can break now. I don't really carry weapons on me. Maybe I should, because I think that's the only way to break them. Maybe I can throw them to break them? Maybe not.
New chat. Cole Guy. Says WSG.
Hello. Does WSG mean anything? Food.
New chat. Cool guy. Says it means what's good.
Oh, sweet. Well, hello, how are you doing? Okay, so this will stick if I place it there.
New
but
user.
It's kind of, eh.
Speedy cat. New chat. Speedy cat. Says what the dog doing. New chat. Cool guy. Says sup.
What the cat doing? Boop. The dog is playing video games. Would that work? Doubtable. Let's see. Oh, much better. I'm currently experimenting with seeing if the new update can handle trying to put a car into one of these open back trailers. I just want to see if it's possible to have more than one vehicle. Woo! Okay, wasn't really expecting that. Huh. Interesting. Not bad. I mean, it could be better. I've definitely seen stuff that looked more questionable in real life. If that doesn't do it, I don't know what will. It's probably better if it's not at an angle like that, though. That's a bit better.
New chat. Cool guy. Says this what gaming is all about.
I know, right? Oh, I think they got Physlocked. Perfect. Yeah, it's figuring out what you can do that the developer didn't expect you to be able to do. That's what gaming is about. And having friends and bacon. I'll put them in here for now. Boop. They'll be safe no matter where I put them. That's why I love this update. Is this gas? Yeah, I already checked this. Yeet. Do I want that fridge? That's the question. Do you guys think I should try to take the fridge with me? Now, there's more than one car on this property. I think one of them fell off the roof when I was on my way here. Oh, almost fell off the roof. Here it is. I want a barrel. Blood. I won't need a transfusion. But, still, it's useful to have an extra barrel. Because I can get this filled up at a water place. Actually, no, there's a water place in here. I can get this filled up right now. There's a sink in the back. I'll save that for later, though. I'm going to check out this car, see if I can get it down. Can't get up that way. Yes. There's not a third car up there. Okay. Goodbye, my friend. Oops. Push, push, push. Probably has the brake on. There we go. There it goes. Also, in this update, they just added beetles, which is great. Empty. Gonna steal the license plates for sure. As for my plan, it probably doesn't matter which car I take. Because I'm not sure how invested I am.
New chat. BKY.
In the car itself.
Says Beatles the bug car or band.
Oh, the car. They just added a Volkswagen Beetle. One of the old ones. It's nice. Oh, wait. Extra diesel. Nice, nice, nice. Oops. I forgot. If you're holding diesel in your hand, and you open a door, you drink the diesel. Because they are the same button. I'll try the smaller car. I guess I could have it as like an emergency car. It's like, what if the bus is immobile, or maybe I lost the bus, or maybe I don't want to lose the bus, so I want to take the car somewhere. Maybe that'd be good. So I guess, first of all, it would be to check, do we actually have engines in these things? I think they both might. Let's see. This one's a nice small size. Yes, hello, thank you. Thank you for your patronage. I did steal lights from this one. I just have to decide which one I like better, I guess. Nice. I wonder if you can mount these bar stools inside a car. I know some of the cars have removable seats. I'm gonna go with this one just by instinct. No particular reason. I hope it's not too long to fit in the trailer. Eyeballing it, it seems like it's possible it might hang out the back a little bit. Let me see if I can just swing it around to the side to see the size a little bit better. The coolant has something in it. That's good enough. The fuel tank is empty. Oh, that's right. There was that gas can that I yeeted. Gas. We're only going to need enough to move it to the bus, so we shouldn't run out, I don't think. And if we do have a problem, we can always just swap the engines real quick and then swap them back when we're done. Let's see. Does it run without oil? We can just go grab some oil. If I do this correctly, I'll be a bus driver with an emergency sedan, which is great. I don't know what's rattling. I'm surprised I haven't found a weapon yet. We should grab a light. I'm gonna see if the other bumper goes on here. If the experiment is successful, it'll be hard to... That's kind of nice. If the experiment is successful, it'll be hard to fix up the car while it's on the back of the trailer. Maybe I don't have to care that much. Let's see. Maybe I'll paint it blue. Lots of stuff. What is that thing? I don't know. There it goes. This is not easy. What was this designed to interact with? It was designed for a jerry can? It's too bad I can't see how much is in there like this. Oh, it's full. It's a very inefficient way to fill something up. Oh, the hose probably works on it. I'm gonna try the hose. I'm doing this because I want a full barrel of water. Just because.
New user. Demon Speeder.
Hello, Demon Speeder. Alright, I'm gonna try the thing now. Okay, what is in here? Why is it rattling? I don't know, but it seems very rattly. Oh well. Yes. It works. Ah! I think there was some lag, or is the steering just weird? Nice. Oh my god. Backwards. Forwards. Slow. I don't know why it's at an angle like that. Oh my gosh. Come on. I think the back wheels need to be on the thing. I wonder if this can actually work. It seems like it was really trying. Yeah, I came at it at an angle, so one of the wheels isn't really attached. Is this more straight? Ah! That's not what I meant to do. Might want to back the car up and try again. Let's see. This game is so realistic. I swear I've been in some situation kind of reminiscent of this in real life. Maybe I'll spread them out a little bit? Give the wheels a better chance of getting on there. Do you think that will help? It might. That's basically straight ahead. Alright, let's see. Oh my gosh. Did I do it? Ah! Handbrake. Did I do it? Hold on. If I can just get out and then close this. Oh my god. Oh. Oh wait. Something's happening. I mean, it's... Ooh. I mean, it's in there. I wonder if I can manage to put the tires on. I really don't want to try, but I have to. Okay, it's fine. It's rolling back to the front. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know what's gonna happen when we start driving, but this absolutely worked. This is a functional drivable vehicle attached to another functional drivable vehicle. Does that mean we can have as many cars as we want? As long as we keep finding trailers? Oh my god, and the size is just perfect. Okay, that means we're gonna have to switch the food trailer to something else, but that's fine. Thank you for your service. Maybe we should put a fridge in one of these so it's standing upright. You can access more stuff in it. But which one? I can put all the car stuff in the van. In the bus, I mean. This is totally nuts. It looks like it's a collision disaster waiting to happen. Maybe I should take the oil things out of the back. Actually, you know, I'll take these wheels back to the way they were before. Why is this slippery? Alright, there we go. I'm gonna take these out because I can't imagine they'll help. Though if I do find a boat with a can of gas, I'll know where to put it for sure. In fact, this bad boy can probably handle 3 barrels. Oh, and this dismounts. Maybe that's one of the sources of the collisions. Well, it's struggling. Maybe it's normally supposed to go out the side doors. It's not a great option for us right now, though. Although, does this thing really need side doors? Honestly, this thing doesn't need doors at all. Oof, hold on. Something unfortunate is happening. Make it as easy on the physics system as possible. Just take everything off. This does not bode. Haha! Perseverance! The strongest superpower. And this is great because if somebody wanted to, they could ride back here as a passenger of the bus. We could even listen to some tunes. Come to think of it, we don't need bumpers. Anything that simplifies the car is preferred. Looks good to me though. If I top it off with coolant and oil, and then put in some gas when I find some, and it's easy because I can just fill it from here as well. Interesting. I was not expecting this to work, I'll tell you that much. I thought I was being silly, So this is totally viable. As far as I can tell so far. I don't know what'll happen when we start hooking things up and driving. But that's why it's an experiment. Oh, sure. Kind of a nice seat though, but this will be better if we want to take it out for a spin, because we can give it its own barrels and stuff. So if for whatever reason we like manage to lose our engine in the bus in an emergency, we'll still have the gas. Did we really only get 2 license plates out of this? Did we check both cars? No license plate. I guess they both just had one in the front or something. Okay, time to do stuff like managing the liquids. That's always fun. What do you got? Got some water. I'll put it in the water barrel. Actually, fiddling around with tiny bottles of water probably is not the best idea if what I'm trying to do is fill a whole barrel. Okay, what are you? You're the empty one. Oh, that's right. I was going to take one of you with a siphon into the sink room. I'll do that. Does this attach? I'm not sure it does. This might not be helpful. Oh yeah, light switch. I might want to grab a jerry can. No, this is way too big. Maybe it's designed for buckets. Well, as long as it works with the little yellow things. I could always wait till I see a water tower or something. But I'm kind of curious to see what it'll take to get it to work. Oh, this is the blood one. I'm gonna dump this out.
New chat. BKY. Says what if mom is a vampire and would love that barrel of blood?
I know, I was actually thinking about that when I found this barrel. I'm like, ugh, what if she really likes blood? What if it's like her whole jam? Well, the thing is that there's plenty of things that mom might like. So, I'm going based on what's probable. It's a possibility she likes every single thing in the game. I can't carry everything. I mean, I can try, certainly. But I don't want to. Is that a UFO? No. I was imagining things. Oh, that works. Okay, down for close. Now that I think about it, I really shouldn't be trying to do this one little tiny bit at a time. It'll just take way too long. 6 liters is fine for now. Actually, speaking of fine for now, I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back in like, I don't know, just a couple minutes. So hang tight. We'll give you a good view. Actually, I have a stream pause screen. Here we go.
New user. Evil Jester Robert. New chat. Evil Jester Robert. Says father is that the motherfucking Titanic.
somebody said, "Father, is that the mother effing Titanic?" I mean, oh wait, mic's not on. All right, my mic's on. Okay. Is what the Titanic? I'm not seeing what you're seeing. We don't have a boat around, unfortunately. That thing keeps jiggling. It worries me. But it's also encouraging at the same time. The fact that it got in there at all. Alright, let's move on from our silly barrel shenanigans. Bring all this stuff back. I have so much stuff now. This is why I'm excited to try out multiplayer with Coconut Crow. I'll just keep all the barrels in the bus. It's the best place for a barrel, really. I mean, actually, the barrels look pretty good on the trailers, too.
New user. Rogue Garl. New chat. BKY. Says it's just vibrating with excitement.
I know, right? Actually, I'm gonna swap some of the... Okay, so these trailers are kind of nice for little tidbits. But it's not very efficient. It might be better if I use these for the barrels. This last one can still be the gold and stuff. But this one, this stuff would be better off. Well, okay, maybe I'll just move some of the things over and have them share. Doop. There we go. Yeah, not bad. Alright, all this stuff is junk. I don't want that stuff. I do want the food. Woo! Lag spike. Y'all okay? Oof, that was rough. Empty. Empty. I get so confused when I go to these places that have a lot of loot to get. I'm always confused about what I've seen already and what I haven't. I don't need that. I don't really need that. A rust scrubber is usually very useful. I'm gonna pick up my thing. Any of these that I want? I am kind of collecting baskets. Are there any passengers? What is that? Chocolate. Yeah, Mom will love this. I don't really need paint. Oh right, where am I putting the food? I guess the fridge would be nice. I'm gonna put a fridge in the back again. And this time it won't just be squirrely. Yeah, I could use this area for the fridge. Last time I tried that, I put two fridges next to each other. It worked pretty well. The problem was that the physics would reset every time I loaded the game. Ooh, I feel a sneeze coming. And so it'd be kind of hard to get them to not glitch out all the time. But I will try again and see if maybe just one fridge will be okay. I'll put this in the front.
New user. Alien Gathering.
Hello, y'all. Thanks for joining. Finally, I can put stuff in awkward piles just like I do in real life. Alright, what are you? You're diesel. You're water. I can take you out. To the other one. Eh? And you're only 10 liters. I could probably... Yeah, this one's only 30. I can consolidate these and then move the extra barrel outside again. Let's see. You know what? I will get blood for Mom. Because if she's been turned into a vampire while I'm away, then, you know, I would just be being a good son if I managed to bring her food. So I'll have 3 barrels in the bag. I'll have one for water, one for alcohol, and one for blood. And then I'll also be collecting a gas one for that car. And maybe extra physical barrels to put in the car for oil. Probably just one. Yeah, I only really need 2 barrels in a car, right? One for oil, one for gas. Because if you have a good enough radiator, the coolant doesn't leak. So it should be fine. I mean, I've never had to change the coolant in my bus ever since getting my radiator. Yeah,
new chat.
It's been full the whole time.
BKY says, I suppose even if she's not a vampire, you could make fancy French blood pudding.
Right, exactly. Alcohol and blood, even if you aren't a drinker and you're not a blood drinker either, they can still be useful for cooking. I'm gonna get to her place and she's gonna be like, oh my god, I've literally never met someone more thoughtful than you, my perfect son. That's what's gonna happen. Be the most thoughtful person alive. You can only get the true vibe of this game if you play it during Mother's Day. Unless you're neglecting your real mom. Oh, there's some of the license plates. Right, I tossed them over here. Eh. Do we have enough for a G? We probably need at least 4 for a G, right? Do we have another over here? No. I guess there's 3. Well, let's try to get this fridge up there. Oh yeah, what about this one? That's my water barrel.
New chat. BKY says, do you know why people are squeamish about eating blood? It's not any more gross than other animal parts.
I guess it's familiarity. I think it's a cultural thing because Americans also don't like to eat any part of the animal that isn't literally the muscles. Like when you're talking about like intestines or like liver or anything like that, it's kind of synonymous with disgust in American culture. Likewise, we don't really eat bugs. In fact, some people think that vegetables are universally disgusting, which is silly. So really, it's just like, if it's not literally bacon, it's an affront to nature. Some people are just like that. I think that most people who have a handle on their squeamishness would be able to try blood without anything bad happening. But you know, it's just a matter of personal squeamishness. If they're too squeamish to even try it in the first place, then it doesn't matter how delicious it is. What happened to this one? Usually it's in one part. That's weird. I don't know what I'm talking about. Just that I know that Americans are a little more picky when it comes to food. Oh, that's open now. Okay. I didn't notice. Weep. Weep. Oh. Well, that's right. I put all that stuff on the ceiling. That's okay. I'll have a sideways fridge. I have not tried blood personally yet. I think it's a good idea, though. How does this open? Okay. I'm gonna try to flip this around. Nice.
New chat. BKY. Says some people are afraid of the red juice from meat, which isn't blood, it's fluid from around and in cells.
I know what fluid you're talking about. I forgot the word for it. What is it called? I don't remember. But it's actually not that either. Companies want you to think that's what it is. It's actually beet juice. They dye the meat red because the animals that they raise are kind of sickly and weird, so it ends up kind of pale. So they know people are expecting red blood, which is more, or red meat, which is more appetizing. So they actually just dye it with beet juice. What is that word? I'm totally forgetting what that
New
word
chat.
is.
BKY. Says right meat from the organic grocery store is more gray.
Yep, that's why. Nothing to be afraid of course. It's all just meat.
New chat. BKY. Says intracellular fluid.
That's not the word I'm trying to remember. But that is what it is. Let's see. So if I'm putting like, I can put the meat in here, and then I can put like cookies and chocolate in here. Then I can put bread in here. I don't know if there's any other type of food, but that can go in there. Here's some chocolate. There's a sausage link. Oh yeah, the bottom of the fridge doesn't have collision. So this is just role-playing, really. And cookie. I'm gonna have the fattest mom.
New
Let's
chat.
see.
BKY. Says the fourth compartment CAB blood.
Oh, that's gonna go in one of the barrels. You can't really put blood in a compartment for physical objects. Diesel, diesel, oil, oil, diesel, diesel, diesel. More like these nuts, am I right? Let's see. Alcohol. Also alcohol. Whoops. Okay. That's the water one. This is also a water one. No, they're both the water one. This is empty. So this can be out the alcohol one. Okay, I'll pour this one into this one. Sorry about the light randomly turning on and off. Let's see. Water. Alcohol. Empty. 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 Oil. Blood. We managed to rescue a tiny sip of blood from Mom. Oops. There we go. And is this a goon? This is a goon. I prefer katana. That way you don't have to reload. Get one of these guys. Actually, no point if the jerry can is much better. Yeah. What am I doing here? Okay. Okay, what do I want to fill it with first? Let's go with alcohol. Da 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 da, ba da 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 da. Alcohol from Mom. You're welcome. We're very loyal, very good. The prodigious son. I'm very popular with the ladies, I say. The lady, specifically, which is my mother. I'm very popular with my mother. Let's see. Do 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 do. I mean, it makes sense in this game to have an increased sense of familial loyalty, because apparently only 10% of the world's population is left. And that's not a lot of people. So, the people that you actually do know and already care about are increasingly precious.
BKY says you're in her top 10 list of favorite people.
Exactly, just by nature, because this is the apocalypse. If I'm not in her top 10, that wouldn't even make sense. She's like, oh, I put all the house plants ahead of you. It's like, why? It's good to know that if my system does work, it'll just be permanently noisy and jiggling around. I haven't even tried it. I'm having a sense of I'm potentially participating in hubris at the moment. But you know, that's what effing around is for. You F around so you can find out. Do I want a TV? I kind of do. It does that. It actually produces a little tiny bit of light.
New chat. BKY. Says on the widescreen channel.
I love the widescreen channel. Makes me feel so relaxed. I'll just put it here for now. I'll do something else with it later. I love places like this where it's full to the brim of a bunch of random stuff. Let's see. Oil. Should probably use this on our captured car. I wonder if I should put a small trailer in front of it so it's easier to hop inside. Well, no, this is pretty much fine. Okay. Dang it. I'm drinking it. It's not what I want. There we go. I was only able to put a little bit in. Because I drank the rest of it. Isn't that wonderful? I was thinking about peeing into it, but I actually don't know what's in my pee right now. I'll just get rid of it. Let's see. Actually, I can swap the contents of the coolant because apparently water is better than alcohol. So I can just switch them out right over here. Actually, that'll spill if I do it like that. How should I put this? Good enough? Yes. Perfect. There we go. Full tank of coolant and plenty oil and gas to go in an emergency. I just shove this in wherever. Okay. And after I poke around on the roof and in the garage, that should be absolutely it for this location. And I can move on. Ah, chocolate. You know what? It's worth it. For just this one chocolate bar, it would be worth it. Boop. Well, cool. Yeah, these doors are technically outside of the window right now. I should probably make it so I can grab them when I need to. Actually, I'm not sure what's going on with these right now. I'll just leave it. Do. I feel like I'm setting myself up for Glitch City. But nobody can prove anything. Ammo, sponges. Ooh. Always good to have rust removers. What? Oh. Let's see. More pank. Alright, I think we're good. Oh right, I was gonna try the roof. Wasn't I already up there? Oh, there's not really anything up there. Let's see. I wonder if I can break these by throwing them off. Oh, yeah. I wonder if there's anything ever in them. What's a pistol? Ooh. Oil. Yeet. And a pole. Alright, we've officially done everything that makes sense to do here. Now all that's left is to pick up the items that we're taking with us off the ground and hook up the trailers and go. Well, they're kind of cattywampus right now. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hit the brake. Brake. Okay. Noted. Don't do that. Interesting. It got quite a ways. Steal a basket real quick. It's definitely not worth it to lose the trailer just because of wanting to bring a junk car with us. Due to the fact that it's more rare, the trailer is worth more. Good enough. All right. Croissants can go here. Meat goes in here. Cookies go here. Basket can stay there. More croissants. And then after these croissants are in, I think that'll be everything that I actually need to pick up off the ground. Then it's the trailers. Nice. Okay, so driving the bus over to that trailer, getting that hitched, and then connecting these at the back again is probably the best idea, so I'm going to do that. Yeah. It's probably good. Nice. Look how jumpy it is. Boing da boing da boing da boing da boing. This is definitely somewhat concerning, but so far nothing disastrous has happened. And I'm doing this all without saving. I don't know why, but ugh, the pile of junk is in the way. Probably want to avoid doing that again. Okay, hold on. I'll just clear that stuff out. If this works out really well and nothing bad happens, I might be convinced at some point to try a version of this plan that involves an actually nice car being towed around. You can kind of maneuver these, but not easily. It's easier just to back the bus up into it. Probably. Oh, wish me luck. Oops. I think I accidentally took off my glasses. Let's see. The attach point's over there, so maybe I'll turn this way first. I'm going full throttle forward. I think the car's too heavy. I think we can technically pull it along, but if it was lighter, it would actually work. Yeah, I'm able to turn now because of momentum. Okay. So we did a lot of hard work, and it was good to figure out what was possible and what wasn't. But right now, it looks like that if we try to carry this car with us, we won't be able to go up and down any slopes. It'll just be too freaking heavy. My bus is about as powerful as it can possibly be. So that means that this is not gonna
New user.
go.
Peculiarism.
Hi. Isn't all ASMR peculiar when you think about it? Oops. Okay, this thing definitely needs to be gotten rid of. I'm so sorry. After all the effort I put in, it's just not going to work out. It's not going backwards. Yeah, it's revving, but it's not coming out. Must be stuck. That's kind of weird. Oh, I see. Baskets are in the way, imagine that. Well, that's the coolant nozzle. Maybe if I take the coolant out. Hehehehe. There we go. Goodbye, car. You're just too heavy. Now this trailer can go back to being whatever it wants to be. So there you have it. I figured it out. It is definitely technically possible. It's just not very practical. I'm sure somebody could find a way to make it work. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted. Alright, we're ready to go. Let's see how much gas we wasted by idling.
New user. Escapee.
Hello. Let's fill her up. You have diesel. You have diesel. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, good to go. Beep, 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 beep. Oh. Is my music still going? Or did it turn off? Oh, it turned off. Alright, now there should be some music.
New chat. BKY. Says no music.
Let's see. Okay, there should be now. It's subtle.
New chat. BKY.
Whoa.
Says okay, I can hear it.
Oh no, something happened. I don't know where I am.
New chat. BKY. Says is it your own music or from the long drive?
It's mine. Well, technically it's the YouTube, like, audio library music. There's just some pieces I pulled from that I thought would be good for this. We're definitely crashed. Nothing's happening in the game. It's unresponsive currently. Oh boy howdy. That's okay. If we can't recover this save, it was mostly just fiddling around with stuff, trying things out. So there's really not a lot of progress to worry about. I only hit like 2 stops. But I think we might actually have to go back, because this is not doing anything. Yeah, it's fully crashed. I'm guessing it might have to do with how many items I had Physlocked in the car. Like, if it's like, if you have a whole bunch of small items, it might be worse. Or it could be because of the trailer collisions going haywire. Either way, nothing's happening, so I'm gonna go ahead and restart the game. Oh, that's right, it probably auto-saved at some point. Let's see what this is. I have no idea what the save is. There's a cactus in the vehicle. Okay, this is nothing. I'm gonna go back to the saves. Let's see, wait. Yeah, this one was from more recently. Yeah, this is where we left off last time. Okay. And, oh, that's right, I was cleaning up the bus, because I had just figured out that Physlock was turned off for this. But it should be on now. Yeah, it's good. Okay, we can just drive. Nothing to worry about right now.
New user. Haru.
Oops. Woo, woo. Squirrely. That's weird. The more weight we had in it, the better the control felt. I'm tempted to get rid of the small trailers and only take the big one, because the small ones are not very efficient. They're mainly good for categorizing, which is kind of a superfluous thing to do. It's not necessary exactly. Alright, I'm just gonna do a quick loot of this place. This is one of the stops I've already been to. I don't know exactly what's here though. I'll just throw stuff in. This is like an orange or like a bread roll, something. Bacon. Bacon. Weird thing. Old gas diesel mix. Do not need. Tiny little thing of diesel. Kind of a waste of time to pick up, honestly. But this little bat, he's a passenger. Let's see. Oil. Alcohol. Do I want this? Might as well. Whoop. That's filled with alcohol. That's filled with water. Neither of which I need. Here we go. Passenger.
New user. Hentaichen.
Hello. Might as well take. I run out of oil really slowly, though. It's not usually a big deal. Rust. Alright, that should be it. Alright, I think that's everything worth getting. If it really was too many small items that crashed me last time, this is definitely not going to help. Maybe I need to roleplay less and focus more on distance. But what's the point of driving to your mom's house if you don't care about your mom?
New user. Fuse the Wolfie.
Hello. It's nice to see another canine. Alright, that should do it.
New chat. BKY. Says, is that a sponge or butter or a yellow brick?
That is in fact gold. I'm collecting gold for Mother. It's one of the worst collections to decide to have, because the gold bricks, they weigh a lot. Some people have been able to successfully use them for strategic purposes. If something weighs a lot, you can use it to weigh down a part that is, I guess, needs more weight.
Chat. BKY. Says it's kind of an ugly yellow color for gold.
I guess. It looks fine in the sunshine. It may look weirder when it's on the dash. There. Could have been a nice shine to it sometimes. When they're in a pile, it definitely looks really cool. I think I have like 3 or 4 gold bricks right now. And when I have them in a pile with the genie's lamps as well, it definitely looks special. Drive up to Mom's house with a fridge full of gold. Oh, that's right. I think one of my trailers is still rusty, but I just got a rust scrubber, so I'll be able to fix that soon. I wonder if when NPCs are implemented, there'll be some sort of advantage to, like, maybe picking people up as hitchhikers. It's clear that our protagonist has a significant amount of mechanical skills, and there's no clear indication about how rare that is in this society. If you can even call it a society. It could be that we're the only, one of the only people who actually have a working vehicle. It especially makes sense since apparently we were working or living at a workshop. So maybe that's why our mom called us home instead of coming to visit us. Because maybe that's not where we usually live. We're just like, I want to go out into the wilderness to fix vehicles. Oh, a boat. The boat's pretty far away. Do you think we should hit it?
New chat. BKY. Says could be nice to take a quick look at the boat.
Yeah. I guess there's no harm in it. Gas. Why not? Maybe our mom has a gas vehicle.
New chat. BKY. Says oh how do you prevent accidentally driving away from your mom's house?
Oh, to make sure which direction you're going down the road? Basically, if the poles are on your right hand side, then you're facing the way to mom's house. Other than that, it's just a matter of not getting too far away from the road so that you backtrack accidentally. When you start, the road only goes in one direction. Like, there's a bus stop nearby your workshop, and at that bus stop, the road just sort of ends. There's just no more pavement past the bus stop. So you just go in the opposite direction of that, and it presumably takes you to mom's house. Of course, I wouldn't know because I've never been there. I'm just assuming I'll get there at some point. How many different models did they need for sausages? Oh well. If mom likes sausage, that's good, because then she won't go hungry for a while. They had like 4 different sausage models and 2 different bacon models. You'd think they would have gone for different kinds of food. Guess the dev really just likes sausage and bacon. To be fair, it is part of a good English breakfast. Alright, am I missing anything? Oh, another light! Ha 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 ha! More lights are always good. Wait, hold on. There we go. Just throw you in here so we can see the light wave around as we drive. And anything on the roof? Nope. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm still missing headlights. Oh wait, I do have some in the back. I can fix this. That's better. Alright, we're gonna go to the boat. It'll be easy to tell where we came from because we're going downhill to get there and we're leaving the desert. So it should be easy. It'll just be like go uphill into the desert. And we're right next to a huge landmark, so that helps too.
New user. Commander Root.
Hello. Oh, that's right, we didn't get those license plates. Hopefully we'll get more someday. I know there won't be any at the boat, but that's fine. The boat is so far away. It's okay there, we have plenty of juice to make it there and back, even if we don't find anything. I gotta say, even though it's kind of harsh on the physics engine, it is nice having a weird squirrely tail. Also, it's nice to have a car that can actually handle it. I know that when most people play this game, I did this, Coconut Crow did this, I saw Let's Players do this. They would get their car out on the road for the first time, on their first playthrough of the game, and then they'd find a trailer for the first time. Then they'd get excited, immediately try to hook it up to the car, and then on the way from that stop to the next stop, they always get frustrated and yeet it into the void. Whoops. I ran straight into a tree. That goes on the dash. Did I use other stuff like that and not notice? So the nice thing about this bus is it doesn't have those problems that make it so that having a trailer is worse than not having it. Oh, I guess I lost a headlight. Okay, I might need to make some sort of alternate system for lighting the front of the bus, because if the headlights keep popping off every time I hit something, yeah, I'll just get better at not hitting things. These didn't just spill on the ground, by the way. They've been like this. Alright, that's better. Better than nothing. There we go. Alright, back on the road. It's too bad about that headlight. I don't see it anywhere, so hopefully it glitched into the bus somewhere. Oh yeah, it'll be easy to find the road. Much better than when it was in the valley. That was so difficult. Can I drive through there? I think so. If the camera would stop fighting me.
New user. Gotchakov. New chat. Gotchakov. Says.
Hi. Unfortunately, I can't read Cyrillic or speak Russian. Or Ukrainian, or any other language, except for like toddler level Japanese and Spanish.
New chat. Gotchakov. Says.
Sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about.
New chat. BKY. Says it's informal hello in Russian.
Oh, did you say privet? Ah, privet to you too. Welcome to the channel. That's my one Russian word, besides a few swears, I guess.
New chat. BKY. Says he is asking in Russian if you're in multiplayer.
Ah.
New chat. Gotchakov. Says.
BK, I didn't know you spoke Russian. That's great. No, I'm not in multiplayer right now. I'm playing on the newest update, the anniversary one, I think it is. But I really want to try multiplayer.
New chat. BKY. Says I am using Google Translate.
Don't you just love technology? That's great. More diesel! We definitely don't need more. But I am a hoarder, so we're gonna get more. This bus can carry so much, I'm not even worried about it. How is multiplayer? Are people griefing a lot, or is it mostly awesome? I always worry about griefing.
New chat. BKY. Says Gotchakov no he is not in multiplayer.
Ah, thank you. People probably want to see footage of multiplayer. I'm trying to get one of my friends to join so we can play together. I don't like the idea of playing with strangers right now. Too much can go wrong. Oh yeah, let me know if the music is too loud or too quiet. I didn't do this last stream, so I'm not really sure.
New chat. BKY. Says I know a cute muscular gay guy in Russia, but 12-hour time difference unfortunately.
Still nice to chat with, huh? How many barrels are we gonna leave with? Oh my goodness. Full diesel. Empty. Actually. If I pour some of this into the empty one, it'll be easy to carry both of them. If I don't do that. Nah, I'm probably wasting more time than I would have already. Oh right, the light turns off. I'll just fill it with 10. I drank some of it. Thinking about Russian, why does everybody know the word babushka? Like, I don't know the word for mother or father or sister or brother or child or parent. I just know babushka. Gas. I can have 1 barrel of gas, just in case.
New chat.
Maybe mom
BKY
needs it for her stove.
Says babushka is also for any elderly woman.
Oh, okay, like general grandma, not specific grandma. It's weird that English doesn't have that. Terms for people, like, by familial status, but not literally. Because lots of languages have that. Like, when guys are trying to hit on a chick in Japan, they'll call her Neisan, which means sister, but not literally.
New chat. BKY. Says also matryoshka dolls are sometimes called babushka dolls.
Yeah, I've heard that. I think that's really cute. Okay, and here's our 1 alcohol barrel. We're getting a gas barrel for mom in case she has a gas stove. We're getting her an alcohol barrel for multi-purpose, multi-use. Oh, extra headlight. That might be the one that fell off. And we're getting her a barrel of blood, just in case she's a vampire, or else she just likes to cook with blood. What am I doing? This. this, this, this. Oh. It's not compatible? Okay. That's fine, I guess. Weird. I don't know why that didn't work. And, of course, a barrel of water, if we can find one. Oh yeah. That's one of the other things I happen to know about Russian. One of the very small amount of things that I know about Russian is that vodka and water have the same word, it's just vodka. It just means water. Maybe they use two different words in practice, though. I wouldn't know. Do I need more oil? I guess the answer isn't, do I need more oil? The answer is, can I carry more oil? And the answer is yes. I'll clear these baskets out soon, so I can stack the barrels better. But for now, they stack just fine. I already have a full one of gas, so I don't need another one. Actually, for these barrels, I consider anything above 50 to be full.
BKY says water and vodka are spelled similarly, but vodka has an extra letter.
Oh, does it? Okay, so it's not exactly the same. Diesel. Indiscriminate barrel collecting is completed. We have all the barrels that matter. I'm gonna put this one down. There we go. Back on the road. That's the spot we came from. It does continue on to the right, though, so I'll aim a little bit in that direction. If I can. This thing really likes to swing around. I'm blessed to have such a powerful bus. This bus is so powerful that one time I drove for a couple miles without realizing that the trailer brake was on. It has the exact engine and coolant that I want. It's perfect. That boat was so far away. Worth it though. So now we've got more stuff for Mom. I mean, ideally, we would work our way up from oil cans to jerry cans to oil drums, and then eventually to those really cool liquid container trucks. If I can get some of those, that'd be great. I wouldn't necessarily need to use one to hook up to the bus, although you can do that kind of thing. You can hook them up with a siphon hose to be constantly draining gas from a fluid carrier into the gas tank. So even though I could do that, I wouldn't need to because my gas tank is ridiculously huge to begin with. And it's fairly fuel efficient. I don't find myself needing to refresh the fuel that often. Maybe it's not fuel efficient, and it's just the ratio of the amount it has to the amount it uses is small. Either way, I haven't found myself desperate for fuel since I switched into this engine. And here we are, back on the road. Mission success. Didn't get lost, didn't die, didn't drop all my stuff off a hill and let it roll down into the abyss. That's happened. If any insane mad lad is watching every single one of these VODs, you'll know what I mean. The gradual change in color of the hills and stuff is way more pretty than it really deserves to be for what it is. It's just a slight color variation, but it looks so good. It looks really realistic. This does not. The sort of spontaneous carpet of grass. But it's still fun to drive through. Oh, that was it apparently. We're making good headway. I think we've already gone farther than when we had to restart. So progress was actually made in this video. Amazing. I definitely like the update. And it's nice to know that there are beetles out there in the world. If I wasn't in love with the bus, that would be my car of choice.
Says your cards are the Jack of Hearts and the Nine of Hearts.
Ooh, getting a fortune, huh? So the Jack and Nine of Hearts. Oops, a jackknifed apparently. That's funny. Okay, so the Jack of Hearts is essentially someone who's on your side, someone you're close with. And if it was the king or the queen, it would imply a certain gender, but the Jack is the sort of gender-neutral version. So it could be a group of people or a single person. Someone that you care about or someone who cares about you, essentially. And then the 9 is a reversal, so the 9 of Hearts is a betrayal. So, watch out. This could be something as simple as a prank.
Says we're a non-binary person.
Yes, or a non-binary person. So, essentially it says that you're going to be betrayed by a loved one. So, bad news, you got a bad fortune. Thankfully, it could be something very small, like somebody decided to prank you. So, be on the lookout. Ooh, I'm going to de-rust. Nice. I think that's as far as it goes. If you want, you can pull another card to figure out what the betrayal is going to be or who's going to do it. Asking for more specifications is not a bad idea.
New chat. Stream elements. Says your cards are the 10 of Hearts and the Ace of Diamonds.
Alright, let's see. The 10 is Utmost, so that's devotion. And the Ace of Diamonds means poverty. So, was that clarifying question about what was going to happen or who was going to do it? Or both?
New chat. BKY. Says both.
Okay. So it's someone who is devoted to you or someone you're devoted to. And it sounds like they're going to take some money from you. Hopefully it's metaphorical or something. Or they just take a 10 out of your wallet. Who knows? But that's what the current future apparently holds, according to the cards. I guess it's always good advice in general to keep track of your money. Let's see. This might be a good opportunity to position my lights again while it's dark out. There. It's a UFO. Dang UFOs. Was turning my lights off and giving me a spook. There we go. I heard that if they catch you while you're outside your vehicle, they'll pick you up and they'll deposit you on a different section of the road. So I try to avoid them.
New chat. BKY. Says oh that's why you don't run out to greet the UFOs.
Yeah, basically. Besides, now that I've watched Nope, I'm like, I've learned better. I'm not gonna do that. At some point, I'm gonna have lights all over this car. I hope UFOs don't turn off pumpkin lights. That'd be annoying. The only thing they didn't turn off was the glowing eyes of the octopuses with the sunglasses. The little dangle guys. The people I call my passengers. You can actually use the UFO as a vehicle. If you find a way to get on top of it, you can control it. So there's kind of a problem of a unstoppable force meets an immovable object kind of situation. I watched somebody do it through trial and error. At first they tried to capture them by making sort of like a net on top of a car with the poles. The UFO just ran into it and flipped them. And went on its merry way. The only thing that worked was they found a seed where an oil rig spawned in the middle of the road. And so when the UFO came down the road, it hit the oil rig and stopped. And then from there, they were able to jump on top of it. It's not as big as it looks. It actually flies pretty close to the ground.
New user. Lurks.
Hello, Lurks. I wonder what they're gonna do in chat. I have some guesses, but no foolproof theories. The long drive, more like the night drive, am I right? Also, do I have gamma turned up? I know that for some reason, when things get onto YouTube, the gamma's like way down. I'm gonna go turn that up just in case, because if not, this sort of night driving stuff might be a little obnoxious. Nope, can't control gamma. I am making a recording though. Maybe I could raise the gamma in OBS before exporting. Wow. I don't know if you guys can see the lights sparkling in the distance, but it goes out quite a ways. Well, I guess they're all turned off now. I wonder who's running the generator that is giving power to these poles.
New chat. BKY. Says yeah, a little sparkle.
It's so cool and magical when it looks like that at night. And it's helpful if you can see that far, because then you can kind of cut corners and just go directly in that direction. Oh hey, it's another big spot. Yes! You see this? You see that thing? Oh yes. This is the good stuff. Oh yeah. It's perfect. It even comes with a door. I don't even need to worry about it.
New chat. BKY. Says what is that?
It's beautiful is what it is. It's the cargo trailer. The big boy. The one that closes. You can put anything in here. It's the ultimate container. It does whatever you want it to do. You can close all these holes and fill it from the top. Anything you need to carry, this will do it. In fact, I can move all my barrels into here. And then have, like, just the 2 that I need to actually have in the bus. Ooh, this is so good. This is real good. And I have scrub brushies, so I can help it look good. Let's see. Should I try attaching it first and then go looting? Or should I try looting first and then attaching? I think attaching first is probably smart. Let's see. So this is the back. Ideally, we would want to attach that to this. So does this have to break too? Probably does. Ooh boy! I'm glad I didn't die. Interesting. Well, I can't say that this was ideal. Huh. I think I may need to rethink this a little bit. Okay, yes. You do like to flip, that's fine. Stay there. Oh no. How correctable is this problem? Oh good, it's not that bad. Alright, let's see if it'll be good this time. Okay. I think the height difference is causing an issue. In fact, how is this height compared to the bus trailer height? This is when having a variety of wheels is nice. Nope, too far. I hate that the camera is just sort of making stuff up. Okay, that's pretty good. That's not the button I wanted. There we go. Okay. So if this was lower to the ground, it would actually be better. I think I've just got the bus tires in here. Yes, I have those. But there is a car up there. I can probably steal tires from around here. Okay, so first of all, let's put these over here. This over here. Whoa, baby! Oh! Huh, okay. Well, I still see it, but, Yeah, no. Okay. Woof! Frame rate. Alright. We're good. Okay, yeah, that'll definitely make it less glitchy. Pretty sure. Are these bus tires or normal tires? I think these are normal tires. Does the back one really need tires? I mean, if it just dragged on the ground, that'd be fine, right? I mean, probably not, but we'll see. We're about to find out. If all the trailers just dragged around on the ground, that'd be kind of funny. Okay, so those heights are not matched up. Right, but this one still should be lower. These are the smallest tires that exist, I think. Which ones are these? Are these specific to... They have to be bus tires, right? They're the same, right? It's so confusing. I don't know what I'm looking at. That is this, right? Is it? Is it? It must be. So it's wearing bus tires. Okay. Let's go find tires around here. There's another bus tire. I don't think this is gonna help though. Oof, sorry for the lag. Thankfully, there are some cars here, so there's definitely tires I can take. More importantly, license plates. Make a loot pile over here. I swear I'm sprinting. I am gonna stop collecting baskets. They're not that hard to find. And I don't even know what I'm gonna do with the ones that I have. Because the update is really nice. It made it so that I don't have to fill around with baskets anymore. There's only some stuff that it's good for now, which would be like mounting to the outside of the vehicle, which I've never really had to do. It can be nice for depending on what kind of Mad Max style crap you're into. Alright, I got all the tires and license plates. Okay. So it looks like there's 3 sizes of tires, which is bus tires, white wall tires, and standard tires. In order for this to come down, I think white walls would be fine, but standard tires are more likely to come across. Let's try... Oh yeah, no, we're gonna need standards. Okay. That's good news. They're easier to find by a lot. I'll do all 4 so it's not tilted over, if I can. Is that too low? Oh right, this will go down if the back is higher. Let's take these off for now. For some reason it's still sort of tilted forward. Or probably just on a slope or something. White walls, standards. I mean, in an emergency, we could just drive with no wheels at all on anything. That seems to work okay in this game. Boop. Okay, that looks pretty good. So I'll just do the same on this side. Oh, that's right. They have like springs. It like goes up and down. Actually, I might be able to connect it at this point. No, not quite yet. They'll have to maneuver it. It's a shame I can't bring the bus up a little bit. It seems to ride pretty low compared to the big trailers. Did I just smash a bottle using this? No. Thank you for your sacrifice. A hidden license plate? I need to be checking for these. See if these work on the bus. Nice. Ha ha ha. Ah. Yeah. Definitely gonna lower this front part. With again, either white walls or standard should be fine. Whoops. So I guess I can use these sort of crappy rusty ones. That's fine. Because I don't have a second white wall. Let's see. I could de-rust one of these wheels. And then take one of the... I think this is a quality 2 tire. This is a... Okay. Yeah. Wheels can always be de-rusted. Is it floating? It is floating. So is that one. Are these keeping them up? Oh, it might just need another one. I think they're still floating. It's not really that big of a problem, though. If it is a problem. It's a shame the connection points are all up and down and up and down. It'd be nice if there's a way to raise or lower them. Because these are all designed to attach on a low point, and these are all designed to attach on a high point. So I'm having low, high, high, low, low, low. So I have to change the tires to compensate. Or I guess I don't have to. I wonder what'll make this swing around the least amount. I really don't know. Might as well put a tire on it so it's not like creating a lot of drag or something. I think you can't improve the tires. So having high quality ones in the first place is important. But these ones are also free spinning. Are any of you actually attached to the ground? Maybe it's just because we're parked at an angle or something. I'm just gonna ignore it. Okay, you definitely want to be changed out if for the aesthetic alone. There we go, nice and shiny. Bring a bunch of wheels and tires just in case, because this caravan is now completely full of them. That's a crappy one. I don't want that one. Let's see. This one's a little better. Now for the de-rusting. It's gonna be shiny. levels it as much as it does. Nice. Yeah. Is that all of them? Yep. But I have more in here. Nice. 100% shined up. That also means we can get rid of this extra door I was carrying around just in case I ran into one of these. And just in case it didn't already have a door. Very excellent. It's probably not very convenient to put the barrels in here, since getting in and out is a little bit weird.
New chat. BKY.
Hello.
Says, do you think this game plus Power Wash Simulator and Shipbreaker are part of the new genre of relaxing dad game?
Well, I guess that's one way you could put it. You're probably not wrong. I didn't really think about gender when I thought about this sort of game. I guess it is kind of like a emerging genre. It doesn't really strike me as dad. It strikes me as like mental health. You know? It's like games. You know how like everybody was talking about how every single game was a combat game and every single game was about fighting and violence, you know, from JRPGs to Call of Duty. It was just like there isn't any gameplay about something that isn't combat. You know, even Pokemon. But that is simply not true anymore. It's completely changed. There's now tons of games that have nothing to do with violence. I mean, this game includes violence, but it's an afterthought. It's like not part of the core gameplay. So I would say it doesn't really strike me as a dad game. It strikes me as like a mental health recuperation game, where it's like it's relaxing, it's cathartic, it's it gives you a sense of accomplishment. It might have been Minecraft that made people realize just how effective that type of game could be. The type of game where it feels like you're just some person out in the wild being rewarded for your hard work. You know? I don't know what I'm talking about exactly, but it reminds me that there's a genre of anime called healing anime, which is anime where there is no plot, nothing happens. It's just beautiful. It's just like beautiful scenery, like lovable characters, and maybe they go on a journey or something. Maybe they talk. Maybe it's just their daily life.
Says like Mushishi, or does that too have too much plot?
No, you're exactly right. Mushishi is definitely a good example of this. Because even though every episode has an episodic plot, the general vibe is it's just this guy. He's just living his life, you know? It's a show about talking to people, traveling, trying to help people when you can. I would say that Slime Diaries is kind of a fringe example. It's kind of like halfway between a typical isekai and a healing anime. Because instead of fighting everybody, he's the sort of wander over yonder character who's trying to make everything better for everybody. I mean, literally the first thing he does is start a goblin village. Nice. And it's like, I've never seen an isekai like that, where it was just like, you get there, and then you notice that there's imbalance and injustice in the world, and you immediately try to make people's lives a little bit better.
New chat. BKY. Says what was the name again?
The short English name is Slime Diaries. The long name is something like Slime Diaries, that time that I got turned into a slime. It's something like that. And it's interesting because it's one of the shows where the person already starts out with god powers. You know, like, you don't have to work for it, you just start the anime where the person is already OP. And like Wander Over Yonder, and kind of like Doctor Who in a way, the reason that that exists is because it's a pacifist power fantasy. It's like being so powerful that nobody would dare mess with you, and then using that position to be able to help other people and to end violence. So that's kind of like how he does it, right? It's just that he's so powerful that people don't dare being violent because, like, there's no way to get around him. He's gonna be there to stop them. Not to mention, it's a very happy show.
BKY. Says a lot of Dungeons and Dragons players say they like the power fantasy of doing good without consequences.
Yeah, exactly. It definitely feels like it's like a one-player D&D campaign. Where the player's like, DM, can I start a monster village? And the DM's like, you're gonna have to explain how you do that. It's like, I will, in great detail. A friend.
New chat. BKY. Says speaking of Slime Diaries, I like the game Slime Rancher.
Slime Rancher is great. The second one just came out, and I'm kind of excited. They did something that I really, really appreciate, which is that they made the tar and feral slimes optional now. So if you really just want to have a whole bunch of Largos roaming the wild in your ranch, you can now. And they're not going to like accidentally kill each other. At least I think that's how it's going to work out. Oh, an extra wheel. This one's a good one too. Oh, it's a white wall tire. Now I have 2 of them. This could improve the situation.
New chat. BKY. Says in Slime Rancher 1 tars were optional, so I didn't put my slimes in pens.
Oh really? They're optional in number 1. I didn't know that. Where's my... I need a light. You're not doing much. Come with me. Alarm clock. What is this thing? Is that for a bicycle? Weird. That's a Volkswagen hood. I already have a TV. I don't need 2 TVs, that'd be ridiculous. I could make the trailer into like a little house. I could make it into a tiny home. That might be fun. I could put in a TV, a bed, a fridge. Some snacks. Some severed limbs. I could even put in a toilet. Yeah, that sounds great. I'm gonna do that. I was like so excited for the extra like storage space, but I'm immediately like, who needs storage when you can roleplay?
New chat. BKY. Says if mom is a zombie or werewolf, she might like the severed limbs.
That's true. She might. Are you gonna say that about everything I could possibly pick up? What if mom eats tumbleweeds? What if she wants to use them for basket weaving? What is your motivation? Trying to run me ragged? Let's see. Woo. The more roleplay I do, the less likely it will be that I actually get to mom's house.
New chat. BKY. Says tumbleweeds are everywhere, you could just go around collecting them.
I was kind of joking about the tumbleweeds because they kind of explode on contact. Okay, how am I gonna... Pretty sure it can fit sideways. I just need to be smart. Okay, hold on. Maybe I won't do it that way. Which way does the door open? Okay.
New chat. BKY. Says, can you sleep in that bed now?
Yes, I can.
New chat.
Here we go.
BKY. Says, I don't mean now I mean generally.
Yes, you can definitely sleep in the bed. And he has a little skylight. I'm not sure whether I want to keep this thing or not. What if I can replace it with something see-through? Let's see, I'll put this here, and then I'll put like the fridge there, if it'll fit. And then like the toilet here. Maybe like the TV there or something. That'd be great. I really wish this could fit the other way. Can it though?
New chat. BKY. Says maybe it's good to have a cover so you don't get abducted by aliens.
That's true. I don't know if they recognize this as an opening though. I'll keep it until I get something see-through. I really want to try rotating this.
New chat. BKY. Says I don't think the bed fits the other way.
I mean, how do we know? It could. I just have to get it at the right diagonals so that it'll fall into place without getting its foot stuck in the window. I think I may have screwed the pooch a little bit on the window issue. Maybe I can just close the window. Did that help or hurt? It helped. I think you're right. I think it just doesn't do that.
New chat. BKY. Says, so do you think the player character is freakishly strong being able to move a bed with one arm?
Because it's you who is saying it, I'm gonna just say no. Not everybody can be ultra strong. This character is definitely freakish. But not in that way. This is why the character is freakish.
New chat. BKY. Says, oh, do you have the pink sunglasses on?
Yeah, I do. I love the heart sunglasses. They're great. I love that this is what the head looks like when you're not doing anything.
Denrus.
Hello. Okay. So I got my bed in there. Perfect. I can grab the TV out of here as well. I'll put it here for now. I think it might be nice to have it like on top of something like about here. Or maybe it'll be nice to be able to see it from bed. So you can lay with your head here and then be looking at the TV. That might be nice. In that case, I might put it on top of a barrel or maybe like some sort of crate or something. That'd be great. Yeah, like about there. I can put a bar stool in there. I think this is the only type of chair you could actually put in there. Except for a giant car seat, which you could do. I mean, every tiny home needs a couch, right? For now, I'll put this here. Maybe this could be the TV stand. That might be nice, actually. Because then he could repurpose it if he wants to move the stuff around. And it's nice and slender. Not too shabby. That's actually kind of cool. I like that. It's too bad there's no small fridges, you know, like those dorm fridges. Oh, there's a crate. I'm gonna put it on top of a crate, but the crate's pretty big, so I like what I have. Let's see. More of these. Very good. Oh, and a buddy. Ooh, lag. Okay, we're fine. Gonna get a basket to carry some stuff with. I'll break a basket off. I think in our little mini dorm, we should probably have some cleaning supplies just for flavor. A little basket, so at least we know that if we spill booze all over our bed, we're gonna clean it up somehow. Oh, we should have a bucket in there because it'll be like our pee bucket. Yes. Until we can get a toilet, that is. Or maybe, if we have a toilet instead, this can be the bucket that we put the cleaning supplies in. Yes, the cleaning bucket. Everybody's gonna have a cleaning bucket. Sausage. Spray bottle for roleplay purposes. Little buddy. Let's see.
New chat. BKY. Says gotta have emergency bedside sausage.
I know, right? Yeah, he's gonna have like a little snack cupboard. And of course, a bottle of alcohol. For now, it has diesel in it, but we can pretend. Might find a bottle of actual alcohol in it later. Okay, that's fine. There's this thing that you can do where you can have like a pole with a bunch of other poles and baskets attached to it, and you can put a whole bunch of junk in the baskets attached to the one pole, and then pick up the one pole and then put it into your inventory, so it just like completely disappears. And then you're holding like 20 items. It's pretty great. Okay, that's our roleplay squirter. That's our roleplay sponge. This goes in here. Why not? Little buddy, you can go here. Come on. There we go. Here we go. Take the spray bottle out. Oh. Is that something you can't put things in? That's okay. We can just pretend that they're in. Perfect. That's the cleaning bucket. We can have a basket next to him where he like charges his phone or something. I don't know why I'm saying he, like it's somebody besides me. I guess I'm just like imagining this character who's like hanging out in a weird basket walled room. Should go like here? Is that weird? Is that too close to the sleeping area? Maybe by the foot of the bed. Maybe that makes sense. Maybe he wants an under the window basket. That looks terrible. I don't know. Maybe he will just have a foot of the bed basket. Like right there. And put his stuff there. Yeah, why not? Looks great. Alright. What else are we doing? I think we're almost done with this location. Extra little bits. Another scrubber. Don't really need it right now. Don't know what that is and probably don't need it.
New chat. BKY.
You can try putting the fridge in.
Says I hope it stays like that when you start driving.
Oh, it will. Physlock is on. Otherwise, I want to be bothering. Because all it would be going to waste. Ooh. 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 It's easier to carry if there's nothing in it. Every dorm needs a fridge. It might be too big. I know it'll probably fit inside, but I'm not really sure if it's good for the feng shui, you know? But I'm gonna try it. I'm imagining the Animal Crossing, like, house rating association is gonna come by and be like, 0 points. No harmony. Alright, in you go. No time like the present.
New user. Stexikus.
Hello. Come on. Here we go. Oh, it's too tall. It can fit sideways, though. Does Mr. Dormer want a sideways fridge? Maybe, maybe not.
New chat. BKY. Says Animal Crossing neighbor says this room matches your personality and you look around at the empty room.
Or even worse, a room full of trash. Oh my god, that looks so good on you. When somebody's like covered in mud. I'm really getting into this idea. I'm like, oh yes, this has to be livable. I'm even considering like giving up one of my lights to be in here. Just because Dormer's got to see, right? It's his little house light. This is absolutely silly. If he does get a toilet, where would I put it? Maybe just like in the corner there. Maybe over here. I don't know. This is really funny. Maybe I'll like bring the TV forward and put the toilet behind the TV. I could even have some of those little wooden bits to use as partition. Oh my god. I'm really thinking about this. This is like something I'm actually concerned about now. Oh, I might be able to put the fridge back there, save some space, put the toilet next to the foot of the bed. Oh, I'm thinking now. This has nothing to do with the game that I'm actually playing. This is totally unrelated to the long drive. I'm gonna do it. Hold on.
New chat. BKY. Says, do you like room decorating simulators?
I do, yeah. I'm not very good at them, but it is fun. Okay, what do I move first? I'll move this first. It's so weird to close these when you're not looking at it in the normal way. Oh, good. They were freed from each other. Should be like that or should be like this? Probably better if it's like this. And then this would be like this. Oh yes. It's all coming together. This is where the TV is. Ideally. People watch TV sideways. That's a thing, right? I wasn't expecting the fridge to be quite as short or as long as it happens to be. Let's see. Okay. Here's my idea.
New chat. BKY. Says I think this would be bad for your neck.
Yes. But this isn't about health. This is about cramming as much living room type interests as one can in one space. So he only uses this part of the fridge. And that part's empty, he just uses it to put the TV on top of. Or maybe that's where he puts his clothes or something, I don't know. This is the part. And then this chair is his thinking chair. I don't think the toilet's small enough to be put there. The toilet's gonna go here. And then of course the cleaning supplies in the corner. You can definitely imagine somebody actually living in this, right? I think I've done my job. I can actually throw snacks in there as well. Maybe that's where I'll keep all the snacks for Mom. If I put all the food in there, it would fill it pretty fast.
New chat. BKY. Says I think it looks nice.
Thanks. I think it looks kind of cursed, but that's the point. Yes. I'll fill it exclusively with sausage. I don't know why, but sausage seems to be numerous and easy to find in this game. How long do you think you could stay just in that trailer without coming out if you were forced to because of like an emergency? For me, I'm guessing about a month for myself. He's very Italian.
New chat. BKY. Says do you sanity wise?
Do you sanity wise? I'm not sure what question you were going for. Right, of course, I forgot.
New chat. BKY. Says do you mean sanity wise staying in this trailer?
I mean, you know, whatever resource that you need that runs out first will be the resource that matters. So, you know, will you like have more problems because of like running out of medicine or not exercising or some sort of practical problem like that? Or do you think sanity will be the thing that gets you out?
New chat. BKY. Says there's no running water, so that would run out first.
That's true. Oh, I should put water in there. I'll give them a couple jerry cans of water. That makes sense. I'll put some... I'll put the cans along here. It's definitely going to need water. Probably won't last much without it. Yeah, I will throw all the food into that one spot. There's not that much of it because the food items are so tiny. And if you put tiny items into a tiny space, it looks like there's more than there is. It's a trick that grocery stores use. There's this weird psychological thing that happens with humans where if we look at like a barrel of apples, right? And it's a big barrel with a small amount of apples, we'll be more likely to pass it up than if the same amount of apples is in a small barrel or like a little shelf or something. When it looks like something is mostly empty, it makes us not want to buy it. So to combat this, they have very high fruit shelves that have that pyramid in the middle so they can display them all and stuff. So it never looks like something's empty. All the food items are small, except for these huge slabs of bacon. Meh. Yes.
New user. Retaker. New chat. Retaker. Says Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo, I wanna be like you. I wanna walk like you, talk like you. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Blood. We'll give him a bottle of alcohol. Make it more realistic. This one's empty. I could fill it with real alcohol, but I don't know. Feels like overkill. Besides, having an empty one in here also makes sense. Maybe I should give him a couple. Be nice if this was easier to get into. Oh, I'll put them up here, of course. I'll get a couple of them. I'll bring them over in this basket. I'll just keep whatever contents they happen to have. You know, I was never afraid of like alien abductions and UFOs and stuff. That was never like a fear I had. Until watching Nope. Now I'm afraid of UFOs. Peele is just a really good director. Very good at horror movies.
New chat. BKY. Says, are you talking about afraid of UFOs in this game or generally?
Well, I guess generally, but it's only come up in this game. Because, you know, not much UFOs in real life. I'm not afraid that I will see a UFO when I don't see one already. Not afraid that one is going to appear suddenly. It's just now I'm intimidated by the in-game UFO. That looks so nice. I might just keep them in here. It's like, he drinks, but he's classy. He's organized. This could even be his recycling. Ah.
New chat. BKY. Says bottles everywhere would look trashy.
Yeah, if they're just sort of hanging out in different places. I want this to look like Squalor, but not like about to die from bad decisions type Squalor. How's that? See, now that looks like a party dorm. That looks like a friend I wouldn't mind visiting. Okay, I'm gonna have these all either all the way open or all the way closed, because it looks kind of silly when they're all different things. I do like the sunlight, so I'm gonna keep them open. Alright, I think I've goofed off enough. Let's pull ahead a little bit. Oh, I thought that Tumbleweed was like a weird dog or something for a minute. I was concerned. Alright, let's pull ahead to straighten out. I think everything's attached. And then I'll try to put the G on trans rates. Oh, I forgot to close the door. That's okay, nothing will fall out. Everything's behaving. That's so nice. I think my music stopped again. There we go. Does that look like a good G? I could still adjust it.
New chat. BKY. Says looks great.
Thanks. I'm still gonna fiddle with it. I didn't realize you could attach license plates to other license plates. That kind of changes the game a little bit. Oops. Okay, that looks great, I think. Does that still look like a G?
New chat.
I made it look like an E.
BKY. Says yes, it looks like a G.
I gave myself enough room too. That's perfect. Now it says trans rig. We're finally at trans rig. Oh, it's beautiful. All right, let us travel. There's nothing we technically have to do, even though the bus is a little bit messy and would benefit from being cleaned up a little. Mostly the barrels on the insides and stuff. We're now at 5 trailers. That's so great.
New chat. BKY. Says I've never interacted with a tumbleweed in real life. They look kind of interesting. Have you touched tumbleweed?
I've been around tumbleweed, yeah. It's a species of bush that intentionally grows in a way where it's easy for it to detach itself from the ground. So essentially, it's designed so that when it dries up, it curls up and shrivels up into a ball that's very lightweight and very airy, so that it easily gets pushed around by the wind. And I think that's how it distributes seeds, actually. I could be wrong. There are places where there's lots of tumbleweeds, and in the dry season you can see like almost a fog of tumbleweeds sort of rolling across the landscape, and it can cause problems like traffic accidents and stuff like that. People who live by a lot of them find them very irritating. If you were to touch tumbleweed, it would feel just like, you know, lightweight dry twigs. It would feel like hay or like a basket. Also, they're both surprisingly big and surprisingly lightweight. It's really easy to pick one up. There's a guy who made robots that will work on a similar principle as Tumbleweed. He made it so that they're very lightweight, but very big. And they ambulate by being pushed by the wind. They're like mostly air, but they walk under their own power. Well, under wind power. I forget what the famous one is called, but it's something like Sand Beast or like Beach Walker or something like that. I love how powerful my bus is, but we are kind of going pretty slow. It's definitely slow enough where you could count the individual light poles as you go by. But at the same time, it feels pretty great to have the setup. Oh yeah, I could show you this sleeping in the bed. Definitely need more lights. There we go. We can close the door. I can sit down, watch a little bit of TV, and then I can sleep. There we go. Get up in the morning, have a beer, grab a snack. I can come over here, wash my face, I guess. Open the door. And we're good. It's a nice place. Oh, I should put dangly buddies on the trailer windows. I'm pretty sure I mounted a license plate to another license plate. And I'm pretty sure what that means is that you could build structures out of license plates. I could be wrong. but I think most people probably don't know this because I never see people doing it. But they do build structures out of like the metal poles and the baskets, but not the license plates. So I'm thinking it's like just a little known situation. It could be that it only happened in this update, either because of a fix, or because of a bug, or because of a consequence of something that changed. Oops. Oh, I hit a light pole. I still have both my headlights though, and that's what matters. I definitely want to find another full-sized headlamp. It's kind of cattywampus at the moment. Plus, I no longer know what's going on in the front of the bus. Oh, that's just a rock. I thought that was a tire. I'm like, who left a tire in the middle of nowhere? Was it the one that flew off? No. What is going on with the front of the bus? I mean, like, I know what I did and why, but I don't know what I want to do. You can hang a lot of passengers off those poles. Maybe I should set them up inside the bus. Maybe get rid of some of those baskets. I have so many baskets. I really thought I'd be using them all. I'm really glad I don't have to. The idea of things staying where you put them is so nice. If the developer can fix the despawning glitches, then that'll be all I need for this game to no longer be frustrating at all. There was one time where I lost my entire bus, so I had to reload a save. I mean, to be fair, I didn't lose the entire bus. I think there were a couple wheels left over. It just sort of like, bloop, it's gone. The problem was something like I had re-entered the area that it had initially spawned in, and I think there was some sort of refresh that happened, and it was still tied to the original spawn that ended up getting refreshed, and so it disappeared. Something like that. I'm glad I still have the bus now, though. I feel like there's not enough things going on top of the bus. I'm gonna put stuff on the bus. I wonder what it is about the license plates that make them mountable to each other. Is it that anything can be mounted to a license plate, or is it that a license plate can be mounted to anything, or is it both? Because you can do some interesting stuff with that. Also, I couldn't figure out how to make the extra headlights hack work. It's supposed to be a thing where if you insert a pole into a headlight socket, then anything in a basket attached to that pole will be powered. I've never gotten it to work, and I tried it a bunch of times. Probably connecting it wrong somehow. Ooh, look, a POI. POI, point of interest. I like that you can see a dust cloud over in the desert. should check my fluids when I get to the next point. And I should probably save. This is episode 7 after all. We finally made it to Transrig. Ah, the bunker. I'm something of a bunker myself. Alright, first of all, check fluids. Coolant is 100% full as always. Oil tank could use a top up. 75% down almost. Perfect. That was a lot of driving for it to only have gone down by not even a third. And how's my tank? It's still a very, very drivable, but I can still fill it up. It's more useful in the tank than it is in the barrel. There we go. Alright, anything else I want to do? Not really right now. Let's see if they have anything interesting. Oh, that's right. That's what this is for. Another light. Perfect.
New chat. BKY. Says reminds me of a Minecraft house.
Yep. It's the boxiness. All these little broken crate pieces are technically all new pieces. There's gas, which I don't need. I don't know if I misremember, but I think that if you chop up boxes, sometimes there's stuff inside. What is this? Chocolate? Yes. Mother will love chocolate. Oh, my genius. Ho ho ho. Oh, right. I was gonna get a water barrel. Right now is a good time to do that. Maybe a jerry can or two. What are you? Are you the water barrel? No? You're the alcohol barrel. Okay. Okay, let's grab a barrel off the bus then. You've got alcohol, so I can pour you into the other one. Alright, perfect. This isn't supposed to be here. The sparkling lights. I don't need to be a man with 2 TVs. If only liquid transfer was this easy all the time. Nice, there we go. We now have a reasonable amount of water. We could have more. There we go. And let's see if there's any last things in there. And then head out. Oh good, a frig. With beacon. I know this is gross, but I'm here for the gold. And we got a new trailer. Imagine that. This is gonna be patently ridiculous. Oh, I can just sort of get into it and walk it over. That's great. Up to a point, I guess. And let's check the roof really quick. Markiplier may be a man with 5 ovens, but I'm a man with 6 trailers. Woo! Almost became a man with 5 trailers again.
BKY says, what does he have 5 ovens for?
He didn't know that that was the case when he bought the house. He just sort of discovered it. a lot of them were like specialty ovens. Like, I think there was like 2 normal ovens and like 1 pizza oven, and then a couple different ovens that were designed for like warming things or like keeping things warm. I don't know. You could tell that it was like a kitchen that it was set up so you could feed a lot of people at once. Also made it very convenient for when they were having friends over doing cooking challenges. He sometimes says, "I am a man with 5 ovens" when he talks about, like, his status in the world. As if, like, number of ovens is, like, how you can tell someone's status. I knew Markiplier was truly rich the first time I heard him say, "Please stop donating." I'm not trying to take your money for this, it's just a video. Just because there's a donate function doesn't mean I want you to. Please keep your money, I have enough. That's what he was saying. This happened on multiple occasions. Alright, perfect. Nothing else needs to be done here. I keep making a bigger and bigger problem for myself if I want things to be organized. I'm just like, I could stop and organize, or I could not do that. Okay, hold on. I'm also a man with 2 lights in my inventory. Where would be a good spot for this? Okay, I already have one here. So let's do one back here. Here we go. Nice. All right. Actually, there's one thing I want to do. Instead of here, there, perfect. E. As a human being, I have never, in my life, tried to get in a car, accidentally ran straight past it and smacked my face against the door before smearing myself on the entrance to the freaking car, wiggling back and forth, trying to figure out how to get into it. Never in my life. And yet, in video games, I've done it millions of times. Also, check out that trailer train. Isn't that just beautiful? I put a light on the back so you can see it wiggling and see how long it is in the dark. it really calls into question how useful those tires are. It's like, how many of those tires are actually doing something? It's hard to say.
New user. Shy Linksy. New chat. Shy Linksy. Says 1.
Thanks.
New chat. BKY. Says video game cars aren't intuitive.
It's true. Also, it has to do with shortcuts. When you've performed an action in real life enough times, your brain kind of stores it as like a function or an algorithm. And so you don't need to call every single step in the function, you just need to call the function. You know, when you're a baby and you're figuring out how to hold cups, you have to like move every finger individually in order to figure that out. But once you've picked up enough cups, you just sort of do it. You just have the intention to pick up a cup, and then your subconscious handles all the details. But in video games, you can't do that.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says the unicorn horn has gone since the last time I saw the bus.
You know what? You're right. And I'm actually kind of sad about that. I'm like, the top of the bus needs something on it. I can add something right now. I don't have that big long plank, though. I can't remember why I got rid of it. It was something like, either it kept getting stuck on things, or I tried to transfer it between vehicles and it was really difficult.
Says bench.
Bench. Is there benches in this game? Do you mean a car bench, like a back seat? I could put a bench up there.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says back seats. New chat. Shy Linksy. Says yes.
That might be a little weird. In order to put things on the outside of the vehicle, you would have to use a basket, but part of it would have to intersect the basket, and then that basket would have to fit onto the exterior somehow, which can cause some problems, like having it so that it doesn't look like it's sitting properly in the space that you want it in, or that everything's kind of propped up at a diagonal. It creates weird problems trying to attach stuff that are large. But I will certainly think about what would be cool to put up there, and a bench does seem like a great starting idea. It definitely looks like it needs something. I definitely agree with that. I mean, look at it. You could do so much with that space.
Shy Linksy. Says it's funny too.
Yeah, it's also hilarious. You are correct. I could use a barrel as a horn. Just like a thick blue horn. That'd be funny. What else can I do? I have a decent amount of iron poles. I could put an arrangement of iron poles up there. Have like a radio antenna type of situation coming out the top.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says, oh god, the sea blue object on top.
It would look more like a pool toy than an actual horn. Is there like an especially pointy car part I could use? I wonder. Maybe once I get done collecting enough license plates for trans rights, I can do the license plate connection thing. I think you can create pretty specific structures out of license plates. I just found this out, that license plates can attach to each other. So I think you can build out of them. I think you can sculpt objects out of license plates. Just like people do in real life, actually. I just need to find enough cars.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says you can.
In that case, that'll be like the true horn. The real horn, you know? Maybe I'll make like an initial structure with the iron bars, and then I'll like fill it out with license plates. I could also have a Christmas tree looking structure by using baskets along a pole.
Shy Linksy. Says building is harder now though.
Is it? What changed about it? I haven't tried it since the update.
New chat. Shy Linksy says they don't go through object when holding items.
They don't go through objects when holding items. The baskets? Honestly, I prefer that. Baskets clipping into each other was a huge problem. Next time we get to a place with different objects, I'll see what's up.
Says yes, I know the pain DW.
Yeah, I mean, it's like all you need is 2 baskets and then you have a bomb. It's amazing. I still have baskets that are intersected with my bus that I still have to clean out. I collected probably about 20 or more baskets.
Shy Linksy says 230 hours in game. I've done some things.
I'm about half that. I love seeing people's builds. I wish that more people would like show their builds, because I'm a big fan of Mad Max wacky races, like ridiculous vehicles.
Shy Linksy says weak numbers.
I'm getting there. This is still my first ever playthrough, and I'm gonna get to Mom's house.
Steve Thettinker.
Hi, Steve the Tanker. I am like
new chat.
Guaranteed.
Shy Linksy says agreed on the Med Max.
Right? I used to do that with Legos when I was a kid. Like, we would make whole like parade floats out of like car materials and other stuff.
New chat. Steve Thettinker says hi.
Hi, welcome.
New chat.
Welcome to the thing.
Shy Linksy says hello.
You ever do that with Legos, where it's just like, all I need is 4 wheels and one of those giant flat pieces?
New chat. Shy Linksy says yo.
Here's a place with an articulated bus. Okay, talk me out of this, because I was thinking the next time I run into an articulated bus, I'll transfer my whole thing into it.
New
but
chat.
That would be so much work.
Shy Linksy says still got my old builds.
Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, definitely talk me out of this, because it'd be a bad idea.
New chat. Shy Linksy says but Luungig.
I know! It'd be like, long, long bus. Oh, it's so long. Look at this long, long bus.
New chat. Shy Linksy says big bus, big bus.
That's not the same thing as talking me out of it. Oh, see, I can't. It has this picture on it. If it was the other picture, I would take it, but I can't. There's only 2 pictures, and one of them is good and one of them is bad. I have the good one. The other one's the bad one. If I run across one with a good picture, I'll take
Shy
it.
Linksy says number plates fix that.
It wouldn't feel the same. It would feel like I'm hiding from her, you know what I mean? She's very spooky and I don't like her. It's like a haunted bus.
New chat. Shy Linksy says ha ha ha.
Yes!
New user.
Good headlights.
XYFM. New chat. Shy Linksy says bright.
I know, right? I haven't been able to do the headlight hack where you can add more headlights. I know that it's different with the bus, but I haven't gotten it to successfully do the bus version. But I'm still collecting headlights just in case. I tried putting the, put the basket on the pole, put the pole in the socket, but every time I've tried, nothing happens.
New chat. Shy Linksy says I think you use the dash.
Yeah, I've tried that too. I can try again. Might as well. So,
New
okay,
chat.
I'll just
Shy Linksy
take this one.
says I will jump on and see.
Sure. Let me know if it's weird for you. So can I stick it on anywhere on the dash, or is it specifically like in the gauge sockets?
New chat. Shy Linksy says I think it's the gauges.
Yeah, I think you're right. Let me know if it's if it works in empty gauges or gauges that have gauges in them. I think I just deposited on top of the bus. Hold on. Oh, the bus is tilted over. Oh, I flew over it, of course. Because I keep hearing people talk about it, and then I also looked up tutorials and stuff. For some reason.
New chat. Shy Linksy says typing is hard.
I feel it. Okay, so that's definitely in the socket. So let's see if a basket with a light on will do anything. Eh. Okay, so that's definitely a headlight in a basket, on a pole, in the socket, and the bus's lights are on, and it's definitely not on. I'm going to see if it works on an active gauge. Nope, doesn't work on an active one either.
New chat. Shy Linksy says connect to the speedo.
Is it not connected to one of the speedometers? I think I have multiple speedometers. So, is it a specific socket that we're talking about? Like, the bus has 4. So is it the first, second, third,
New
or
chat.
fourth?
Shy Linksy says like remove it and then connect it.
Remove the pole. I'm gonna try to attach it here. When you say remove it, did you mean the pole? Let's see. That's not working either. That's not working. That's not working. So I'm guessing you got it to work in your game, right?
Shy Linksy says the gauge.
So remove the gauge out of the socket.
Shy Linksy says yes.
So you got it to work on yours. I'm removing the gauge out of the socket, and then I'm guessing you meant to put the pole into the empty socket, so we'll do that. And it's still off. I've seen other people do it. I know that they've got it to work. That didn't work either. Maybe it's just attached in a really specific way.
Says no onto the gauge.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Connect the pole to the gauge and then put the gauge in.
Shy Linksy says connect it to the gauge.
I see. I see. Interesting. I have not tried this. Right. Okay. Hold on. I don't think... It's kind of hard to tell because it's a little bit chaotic. Let me remount this basket. Nope. That didn't work either. I think mine just doesn't do that. I don't know. Maybe it's my game?
New chat. Shy Linksy says, oh, remove the stuff out of the bus.
You're gonna have to be more specific than stuff. Do you mean my little light pole setup?
New chat. Shy Linksy says, put light in basket out of bus.
Okay. Light in basket.
New chat. Shy Linksy says it's getting stuck on the lock-in sift.
It's getting stuck on the lock-in side? Okay. So you think it was
New
interfering
chat.
with the child
Shy Linksy
process?
says Physlock.
Right. So you think that it was attaching to the bus instead of to the basket, right?
New chat. Shy Linksy says MHM.
Mm-hmm. Okay. These are attached now. Everything's good. And I'll have to pick a reasonable angle. Alright, how's that? Okay, now I'll attach this to the dash, and if this works, you're a genius. You figured it out. Look at that. Never seen something so beautiful in my life.
Shy Linksy says I'm not though.
Well, you're certainly good at explaining things. Much better than
New
other
chat.
people have been.
Shy Linksy says I just have too many hours.
Fair. Although you did figure it out for me. I wonder how far that goes. That's a really good light.
New chat. BKY says, can you look at the stars?
Yeah. It's weird because I can tell that this is not the real night sky, but it does have
New
that
chat.
one orange star.
Shy Linksy says spooky.
It's a bit spoopy, yeah. See that one orange star? The one that's moving faster than the others? And in a different direction? That's definitely not normal.
New
Not
chat.
only is that impossible in real
Shy
life,
Linksy says no.
it's also very... I think it faded away. I think I lost track of it. No, wait. Okay. Right in the middle of the screen. My reticle's on it right now. Now it's below it. You see that one right in the middle? It's going a different direction than the other stars, and it's a different color. I wonder if I can see it better with the binoculars. That makes sense, right? It is a game. There it is.
New chat. BKY says spaceship or moon. New chat. Shy Linksy says no, for me everything is gray.
Can you see it now with the binoculars?
New chat. Shy Linksy says broken monitor LOL.
Oh no. That's weird, right? Anyway, I was gonna say that in real life, stars will be all sorts of colors, and it'll be hard to tell from
New
first
chat.
glance.
Shy Linksy Says yeah it is.
Nice. I was gonna say, I know that this isn't real because the stars are a little bit too perfect. They're a little bit too uniform. There's no real patterns anywhere. There's another one. This one's green. Look at that.
New chat. Shy Linksy says also the reason I'm okay at explaining things is because I made videos for the TLD server.
Oh, so you're like a famous superhero then. Because that's how I think of that kind of person. It's like you're doing what other people should be doing but aren't.
New chat. Shy Linksy says nope.
Take the compliment. You're definitely an important community member in my opinion.
New chat. Shy Linksy says nobody watched them.
Ah, but it made you capable of helping
New chat.
me.
BKY says might be a satellite if it's moving that fast.
Yeah, maybe. What I want to know is why would somebody purposefully add in those details to a fake sky?
New
Because
chat.
that's not a recording of a real
Shy
sky.
Linksy says agreed.
It's wild.
New chat. BKY says show off your living quarters.
Oh yeah. Shy Linksy.
New chat.
I have a little
Shy Linksy
motorhome.
says funny.
Here we go. This is like my mini dorm room. Here's the bed. Here's the bevs. The TV, of course, all the snacks. This is where the toilet's gonna go when I pick one up. Here's the cleaning supplies and stuff. It's not
New
quite
chat.
finished, but I'm proud of it.
Shy Linksy says nice.
I don't know how many players do this, but I've decided to collect things for Mother. Because if I'm going to go there anyway, I might as well pick some stuff up on the way. And I decided that collecting gold bars would be a good idea. And then I just started collecting everything. I'm like,
New chat.
what if she's a vampire and she
Linksy
needs blood?
says I do.
What do you like to collect?
New chat. Shy Linksy says I collect guns.
Nice. Like a bus armory. Actually, what's your favorite vehicle? Because mine's definitely bus.
New chat. Shy Linksy says I'm using Golf ATM.
Nice, nice, nice. I was happy when they added Beetles. If they didn't have the big vehicles, I would probably do Beetle as my main, because I really like Beetles in real life. I'm so happy about the Physlock features in this update. It's exactly what I wanted.
New chat. Shy Linksy says I should show you my car at some point. LOL, it's good.
Yeah, you should. I don't like cars that are normal. I like cars that are either really good or really bad. Or totally inscrutable. That poor trailer can't figure out how to be right side up. What's the longest trailer train you've seen? I'm sure somebody's managed to do one that was like hundreds or something, but like, I'm wondering, like, how far up in the ranking I'm gonna get.
Shy Linksy says I've got a lot of stuff shoved in and added a spoiler.
Nice.
New chat. Shy Linksy says ATM yours.
Really? That's encouraging. That means I might be the trailer king. I was so happy.
New chat. BKY says I think it might look nice to put baskets in your living quarters to use as decoration.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm probably going to do that. I might figure out... I don't know, it's kind of too small of a space for like a real table.
New chat. Shy Linksy says I've never really done a long enough run.
Really? I'm also not sure how many people tend to actually make it to the end. Like, I'm definitely trying for the end on this one.
New chat. BKY says walls look a bit bare. I think you can't put posters in the wall.
You can.
New chat. Steve Athettinker says I had 5 trailers but it was hard going up hills.
Oh, hey.
New chat. Shy Linksy says 200 kilometers in and I normally restart. I don't know why.
I mean, when I play Minecraft, that's kind of how I am. I restart for just any old reason. I'm like, no, I want to try again. I want to do another start again. But for this one, I don't know why, but I was just really excited about the idea of making it all the way to Mom's house on first run, which I'm currently still capable of doing.
New
this
chat.
is still my first one.
Shy Linksy says yeah.
Nice. 5 trailers and hard going up hills. This bus with this engine is totally fine pulling these trailers. And this is 6 trailers. See, this is a gentle incline, and I'm not seeing it slow down or have any problems. Although, it is clearly starting to weigh a lot more. Do y'all know... Okay, now that I've got 2 long drive players in my stream at once, do y'all know how to stop the trailers from wiggling around to the back like that? Like, I know that on some level it might be inevitable, but...
Shy Linksy says had one of my engines glitch once.
Oh, yeah. The dreaded glitches. They can be really bad. Right, but... Okay, so the wiggling around in the back, right? Do you know what makes that better or worse? I'm trying to get it to calm down.
New chat. Shy Linksy says you can't really.
I think you can. I just don't know how. I think it has to do with things like the wheel size, how much weight is in the trailer versus the thing it's attached to, things like that.
Steve Athettinker says I maybe large wheels on the small trailers will help.
Yeah, I think that might be true. I'm not quite sure. There's a building out in the middle of nowhere right there. Actually, that's a workshop. I might want to stop there. I feel like my caravan gets more and more intimidating. Like, imagine if there's somebody actually in this workshop as I was rolling up to it. They'd be like, excuse me? Can I help you?
New chat. Shy Linksy says I want to play the game now but I have work TMR and it's already 9 p.m.
Oh yeah. Please be responsible with your sleep. It's the most important thing you can do. But being excited to play the game is nice too. You can always do it later. Toilet! Ahaha! Now we can improve dorm. As long as we don't smash it on the way in.
New chat. Shy Linksy says yeah I've gotten better than last time I played LOL 4 AM.
Oh, absolutely.
New chat. Shy Linksy says oh no not the shitter.
This way. He has all the amenities. Don't worry, I'm not going to put a real poop in it. The one thing I would change about this game, and not feel bad about at all, is to get rid of the decorative turds.
New chat. Shy Linksy says missing the poop.
Exactly.
New chat. Shy Linksy says dang.
Yup. I mean, it was definitely funny at first, right? And it's like, if there was some poop, I probably wouldn't care. It's just that there's so much of it. And the texture is so detailed. You know what I mean? It's like, it gets old. It feels like it's trying really hard to make me look at poop. It's like, I can handle poop in real life. The poop in this game is worse than poop in real life.
New chat. Shy Linksy says I just found my sig butt stash I made OMG.
Is that in real life? I didn't know there were sig butts in this game. Oh, there is. I remember now. Nice. It's too bad you can't really put things into the buckets.
New chat. Shy Linksy says in game. New chat. BKY says in real life if your trailer sways it's low tire pressure, bad weight distribution, excessive tongue weight, going too fast, uneven road or wind.
Excessive tongue weight. I know that going faster makes it worse, and I know that turning the front of the vehicle makes it worse, and wind makes sense, but there's no wind in this game. Low tire pressure.
New chat. Shy Linksy says they glitched out, so now they are all smoking Danjit.
Nice. Also, I love that the text-to-speech decided to pronounce that Danjit. That just means that now you have like a little campfire. That's great.
New chat. Shy Linksy says I can't see.
Oh yes. You mean because of the smoke? That'd be irritating.
New chat. Shy Linksy says it blocks my vision.
That's a lot of smoke. You had too good of a stash. You had too many sig butts. Now it's coming back to haunt you. It's like, oh, I smoked too much smoke, and now I'm paying the price. It's like a Twilight Zone episode.
New chat. Shy Linksy says it's lagging my PC, oh god.
Oh no. Hurry, delete entities before it's too late. I'm gonna use this as the unicorn horn for now. Let's go to the windmill, let's find some catharsis.
New chat. Shy Linksy says maybe I shouldn't have smoked multiple packs and thrown them onto the dash.
Oh, it's on your dash? Oh no. Let's go to the graveyard in cover of darkness. Oh crap. The UFO. Oh, I'm not on the road. I can never tell if I'm jumping on top of the bus or jumping over the bus or jumping at the bus. It's kind of hard to figure out. Actually, you know, I'll just put this down. Give it a twisty wisty. Is this the first time that you've ever seen Aurora Borealis crush mankind?
New user. New chat. Shy Linksy says I need a horn on my car now.
Hi, Snow Kitty. Horns are great. Speaking of horns, probably not the type of horn you meant, But now, we've got a rudimentary horn back on the bus. That'll do for now. Looks much better already. Good tire. Might need this. Might need a tire. That's my hoarder brain talking, by the way. It's like, you never know. You never know when you might need a tire. Maybe you need a tire. You don't know.
New chat. Shy Linksy says BRB just dropped cookie jar.
Oh no. I hope you're
New chat.
being metaphorical.
Shy Linksy
That'd be sad.
says the lid fell off.
No! Don't drop the cookie jar. I'd be so sad if that happened to me. Be like, no, cookie jar. What have I done to you? I need to have that pole come up out the top of the bus and
says
then
the
around
cookies
the
no
bus.
good.
The cookies, no. While you're getting over the cookie tragedy, can you tell me whether or not you know if you can put bumpers onto the light pole setup and have them turn on that way? Is this the first time that you've ever seen
New chat.
Aurora
Shy Linksy
Borealis crush
says
mankind?
New chat. Shy Linksy says let me test.
Yeah, sure. See, this is what makes the difference between a boring person and a cool person. A cool person is willing to do the science. Let's put all the food back there. The wind chimes, chiming with the screams. A pretty winter night, your hand
New chat.
in mine.
Shy Linksy says it's my fave part.
That's the true mind of a scientist. We need to search for the what, why, how, when, and where. I feel like I'm a raccoon, but I'm doing it in reverse.
Shy Linksy says yes. New chat. Shy Linksy says yes you can.
Okay, cool. What part did you attach the bumper to? Did you put one end of it in a basket? Or was it able to stick directly onto a metal pole?
New chat. Shy Linksy says bumper.
Bumper? Go ahead and, if you don't mind, describe it.
Shy Linksy says oh into the basket.
Okay, so bumper into the basket. Okay. That's nice. Good to know. Very good information. Thank you for everything. Meat! I'll use the basket to collect the foods. I love meat in the dark. In a place I've never been before. Let's see.
New chat. Shy Linksy says I can send you this amazing creation.
Please do. If you go on the Discord, you can send links to anything. A little bug friend. Bug. Do. Empty barrel. I will take this actually. But Apollo, don't you have enough barrels? Maybe, but I don't have that much empty barrels. What if I need an empty barrel? If you type the word Discord into the chat, it'll show you the Discord link. Feel free to join it. Also, because of this new information, I'm going to
New chat.
collect bumpers.
Stream Elements. Says 10-year-old AM Discord. New chat. Shy Linksy. Says Iowa Discord.
Yes. What is this thing? Hello? Oh, I see. I'm already wearing that hat. Can't wear it again. That's ridiculous. A V8
New
engine.
chat. Shy Linksy. Says perfect first message.
Oh, let me check. Ah! Perfect. Alright, I'll check everything else after the stream. Let's see. Bat. There's no such thing as too many bats. There's a rule and a law.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says yes. New chat. Shy Linksy. Says it's called one.
You're saying that the amount of bats that's too many is one bat? That's what a quitter says. What happened to the scientific mind? Bats are beautiful.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says exactly.
It's okay, you're just gonna turn into Batman someday.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says I prefer Octos.
Octos are great. I've decided that anything with a face is a passenger. Not the blow-up dolls, but the danglies. So, the octopus, the Minecraft dudes, the bats, the bugs. Anything that depicts something that would regularly be alive.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says oh I was gonna say.
Uh-huh. What were you gonna say?
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says I had a run with like 17 dolls.
There you go. Basically, I think everybody else. The first thing I did was put the blow-up doll to the passenger seat. And then the second thing I did was be like, where are the seatbelts? It's like, I can't protect my passenger without a seatbelt.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says they were behind bars in my first run.
Oh, there you go. I didn't think I paid enough attention to the bars when I started. I don't know if this game makes my ADD better or worse, being trained to pay close attention to a whole bunch of floor clutter.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says I couldn't figure out how to drive.
Oh yeah, me too. I literally had to call my ex to be like, how does an engine work? What's a clutch? Help. Thankfully, she was a great sport about it. She explained it everything. And I ended up going with automatic anyway. Now I kind of get it. I learned more about cars by playing this game than I did taking driving classes.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says I later found out my controller was actually not plugged in.
Oh no. When I first saw footage of this game, I thought it was going to be very janky, but it's totally not. I mean, obviously the glitches are a problem, but the controls are actually great. I got used to them very fast. A shiny bucket. Shiny bucket better than a rusty bucket. Shiny bucket. Ooh, shinier bucket. Shinier bucket. Ooh, shiny bucket. Yes. The bucket that shines is the bucket that's mine.
New chat. Shy Linksy says shiny.
Shiny. Shiny. And it replaces my old, bad, terrible bucket. Good, good, shiny bucket. Goodbye, old buckets. I no longer have use for you. Yoink. Actually, it's the opposite of a yoink, it's a yeet. There we go. Wonderful. Beautiful. Perfect. Chrome bucket. Eh.
New chat. Shy Linksy says it's a CYA later.
It's a see you later? Are you saying see you later? In that case, have a good one.
New chat. Shy Linksy says no.
Do all the toilets look the same? I want to say they do, but mine looked like kind of weirdly gray for some reason. I think they are all just weirdly gray.
New chat. Shy Linksy says yes.
Yeah, they all look the same. Yeah. I don't know why I make it harder on myself carrying something around in my hand while I'm also doing other things. Let's see. More jerry cans. I want my dorm room to have a jerry can of water, so he can actually, like, drink water. Have some water for cleaning and stuff. But I don't need too many jerry cans. There is such thing as too many jerry cans. Jerry? There's too many cans. Jerry, why did you put all these cans here, Jerry? Jerry, can you stop?
Shy Linksy says no, you need them all.
Don't worry, I have oil barrels for that. That has everything I'm gonna need. Let's see. If I become just an insane, unstoppable hoarder, I will never make it to Mom's house. And the only point of collecting things is to bring them to Mother. So if we never make it to Mom, there's no point. I'm a good child. The stuff isn't for me. It's a present. It's a going home present for Mother. She'll be so proud. That's what started my first collection. A collection of gold bars and genie lamps. I'm like, hey, if the economy ever starts back up again, we'll be rich.
Shy Linksy says I have like 50 sponges.
I used to. I had like a fridge full of cleaning equipment, and I mean full. I mean, like, I had polite little stacks of sponges, and I had like just like rows of squirt bottles the way you would see them arranged in like a store on the little shelves. I had everything, and I had to dump everything because my bus was too heavy. I had a tiny little 2-stroke motor, and it was a very tiny sad thing.
Shy Linksy says yo Takadaki.
Takodachi? Is that what the octopus is called?
New chat. Shy Linksy says yes.
What does the dachi part mean? I forgot.
New chat.
My Japanese is rusty.
Shy Linksy Says no, I don't know what it's called.
You don't know what it's called? You just called it a takodachi? I'm confused.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says yes.
There's a little bit of a delay on the
New
chat.
Shy Linksy. Says my weeb mind, sorry.
No, that's okay. It's just that there's a little bit of a delay on the chat, so if you say, like, short sentence fragments, like yes or no, I'll have no idea what you're responding to.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says only a little.
Yeah, stuff like that, only a little. I'm not sure which part you're adding to.
Shy Linksy. Says like a 4-minute delay.
4 minutes? Are you kidding me? That really sucks. Are you exaggerating? I hope you are.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says yes, I am LOL.
Okay, good. Because I've heard that I have a really bad lag. And I'm like, please no. I don't even know what to do about it either. Like, I don't think I'm doing anything different than other people.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says it's like 30 seconds delay.
Ugh, that sucks. I'm sorry it's so long.
New chat.
Floor cookie.
BKY. Says I don't think the lag is that bad. New chat. Shy Linksy. Says not your fault.
I mean, yeah, it's not like I'm doing it on purpose, of course. But
New chat.
I wonder if I can fix it somehow.
Shy Linksy. Says I am in Australia, so.
Oh, I see. That might contribute to it, because I'm
New
definitely
chat.
in America.
BKY. Says it's a 10-second delay for me.
Okay, I see.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says perhaps.
Boop. You guys get anime releases first, so it's fair.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says I guess.
For the
New chat.
longest time...
Shy Linksy. Says no. New chat. Shy Linksy. Says wait, we don't.
You don't? For the longest time, I thought basically the whole world started in Australia, because the Australian fans would always get stuff before the American fans. Maybe it changed? To be fair, that was like 15 years ago.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says I'm not too sure, one of the things I use say one day, but it's always a day off, so you know.
Oh. Food. I have a decent amount of food. That's so nice. It might actually fill up soon. Wonder what I'm gonna do with it after it's full. Am I gonna try to keep collecting food in a different location or something? I don't really know. Alright, what else is in here? I think I cleared out the inside. Let's try the top. Oh wait, did I already get these?
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says what's in the other half of the fridge?
Other half of the fridge is currently empty. It's being used as a TV stand at the moment. Maybe the implication is supposed to be that the rest of the fridge is filled with booze.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says fill it with bats.
I like to have the bats where I can see them. There's plenty of space outdoors for the bats.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says or beer.
I might.
New chat. Shy Linksy says that works.
Pretty much everything in that particular trailer is just for fun. For actual storage, there's plenty of other places. So, I don't really mind putting it somewhere else. Here we go. Boop, boop, boop.
New chat. Shy Linksy says fill it with balls.
Soccer balls? Ooh. Alright, where's the road? Come on. Lights will start up in a minute.
New chat. Shy Linksy says yes.
Soccer balls are very good at bouncing. I was very surprised at how good at bouncing they are. I once threw a soccer ball into the bus, and then it ricocheted around, and then flew right back out of the bus, and then it was gone.
New chat. Shy Linksy says shoot one.
Yeah, I know that there's like different explosive items in the game, and I assume the soccer ball is definitely one. I wish I had more light sources, although I'm vindicated that I kept trying to figure out the headlight thing.
Shy Linksy says no.
No. No. Or nor. The headlights in front look so much better. I'm definitely going to try to have these everywhere around the whole bus.
New chat. Shy Linksy says the voice OMGLMAO.
Yeah, sorry about that.
New chat. Shy Linksy says no.
No. Oh no. I'll do anything, please.
New chat. Shy Linksy says oh lord.
Yeah, the
New
first
chat. Shy Linksy says will it do it?
There's the first time I did uwu in chat.
New chat. Shy Linksy
People yelled at me to stop.
says uwu.
Uwu. Uwu. Please, Mr. Obama. Have you seen Then Perish? I
New
love
chat.
that.
Shy Linksy says oh well what's this?
Ooh, what's this? Have you heard Corpse Husband? He has a song called Cat Girls Are Ruining My Life. And there's this whole paragraph of like ooh like MSN style flirting.
New chat.
It's
Shy Linksy
amazing.
says nope.
It's like nuzzles and kisses, like notices your bulgy woolgy. It's like ridiculous. And it's all done in like, it's like spoken by like, you know, a female singer as part of the backing track.
Shy Linksy says oh god.
It's so good. It's so good. And the song kicks ass too. It's a great song. Nuzzles and kisses your necky wecky. Rar XD. It's so good.
BKY says why did I animate this?
It's another workshop. What are the chances? Please tell me they got lights. Why does it feel like I've been here? No, I haven't been here. I never would have left the doors closed. Yeah, I definitely did not. Oh. It's the top hatch. Oh yeah. Gather stuff up in a pile. Basket. I'll just use the other one. Do 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 do. You know, you can have I think practically infinite items in your inventory that are stored outside the world in your weird dimensional pockets, if they can fit in baskets. Like, if you make a long row of poles and then attach a whole bunch of different baskets.
New chat. Shy Linksy.
Right?
Says yeah.
Yeah.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says I made a thing.
Yeah.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says using a plank.
Yeah. And then you can just connect them all together and put the one parent object in your inventory and the whole thing goes in. It's so good. It's so good. I stopped using it because it was too glitchy for my taste.
Shy Linksy. Says I had a lot of things.
Oh yes. It's great for looting out places
New
like
chat.
this.
Shy Linksy. Says it killed me.
Oh, it did? I'm not surprised.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says anyway, the first industrial revolution began in Great Britain in the mid to late 1700s.
The 1700s? The first industrial revolution. Interesting. Do 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 do. What is this? Oh, it's a couch. I'm like stuck under this plank. There we go. It's not really a fun, cool seat. But if I have a collection of seats on top of the bus so that a whole party of people could sit up there, that would be fun.
Shy Linksy says I love how I have like 3 tabs of music currently playing.
How can you tolerate such a situation? More oil for the oil king.
New chat. Shy Linksy says they are already chaotic.
Oh, so they sort of blend together. I mean, valid. I could pull up a little bit. The trailers are too far away.
New chat. Shy Linksy says it's just noise.
You listen to noise music?
New chat. Shy Linksy says no.
I'm confused. You said that you have 3 tabs of music playing.
New chat. Shy Linksy says it's like 50 Cent.
Oh, I don't listen to 50 Cent, so I wouldn't know.
New chat. Shy Linksy.
Where's that basket?
Says some Japanese.
I know I had a basket of goodies. There it is.
New chat. Shy Linksy says and then like heavy metal.
Well, if you mix the right music, it's basically just a remix. High quality tires. Yes. Tires for the tire god, wheels for the wheel king. I didn't understand why people liked heavy metal when I was little, but I totally get it now.
New chat. BKY. Says okay, I'm going to sleep.
Ooh, have a good night.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says enjoy.
Sleep is beautiful. Everyone should get sleep. Including me, because it's 3 a.m. But I have nothing to do tomorrow, and I'm having a good time.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says wow.
I know.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says only 3.
It's not my normal. I don't
chat.
have a bedtime.
Shy Linksy. Says bat 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 bat.
Bat 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 bat. Did you notice an extra bat? Did I miss a bat somewhere? Here, this bat can have a friend.
New chat.
Oh,
Shy
there he
Linksy.
is.
Says yes.
Found him. I was thinking, your suggestion about putting all the bats in the freezer.
Shy Linksy. Says yay.
I'm like, if I did that, I would look like a scientist. I'd be like, yeah, these are all the specimens. We're doing genetic research.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says studying how COVID happened.
Yeah, basically.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says wait, what's written on the bus?
Oh. Trans rig.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says Shaha.
The ultimate goal is for it to say trans rights, because it's the trans rights bus. But we haven't gotten quite there yet, so right now it's on trans rig, which I was personally very excited for. Every time I added a new letter, I'm like, oh dang, at some point it's going to say trans rig. That's awesome. And here we are, living the dream. More baskets, as if I need them.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says trans rights understand ably.
I feel like I want
New chat.
this.
Shy Linksy. Says UI can respell AA.
No, that's okay. The voice chat is on just so I don't miss anything, but I'm actually reading the chat.
New chat. Shy Linksy.
So I can tell.
Says English is hard.
You know, every language is a little hard, but English is the worst. Let's see. I could use this to make the unicorn horn come back. It's just so freaking heavy.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says it's my only language.
I know. If the only language you speak is English, it's not a great situation to be in. I'm gonna leave this here. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this thing. I will put some baskets on the top though, because I want to put those chairs into position.
New chat. Shy Linksy. Says you can only grab the boards in the middle.
Yeah, it's really annoying. Okay, so ideally, you'd want to do something like
New chat.
this.
Shy Linksy. says agreed.
And then do something like this.
New chat. Shy Linksy says hang on, my jar is missing BRB.
Your cookie jar? It's missing? That sounds bad. Wait, is this the top of the seat? I think I'm looking at it wrong. Is it? No, I got it right. There we go. Ha! Nice. Fantastic. There are couches on the top of the bus now. I could even have them running all the way down.
New chat. Shy Linksy says found it and now it's hidden.
Oh?
New chat. Shy Linksy says that is good.
Alright, we're probably done here. Yes, I would say we're done here. Can't think of anything else I would probably want or need. Except maybe this wire brush, so I'll take that, and we're good. I'll just like slap that in there. Alright. Now the top of the bus is actually being used for something. That's so nice. Ooh, what's this? It's a good bus, that's what it is. Goodbye, workshop.
New follow. Shy Linksy.
Oh, thank you. I love that that trailer still hasn't flipped over.
New chat. Shy Linksy says it's my long hard bus.
Yup. The bus is pretty hard. It'd be kind of weird if it wasn't. What I want more of is those tinted
New chat.
ceiling panes.
Shy Linksy says yeah they hurt.
Oh yeah.
New chat. Shy Linksy says don't punch them.
Don't punch a bus, or you're gonna get isekai'd.
New chat. Shy Linksy says sunroofs.
Yeah. The tinted sunroofs are great. Right now I'm using them as like engine covers for the bus, and I really like it because you can see through them and they're easier to deal with since they retract instead of just coming fully off. And I've heard you can also put them on
New chat.
these windows on top
Shy
of the
Linksy
trailer as well.
says I remember telling you about them.
Oh, were you the person?
New chat. Shy Linksy says a while back.
Well, then double thank you. Thank you twice. Because that was a good choice. They're like fun. They're
New
festive.
Chat. Shy Linksy says in the Discord VC.
Oh, nice.
New chat. Stream Elements says 10-year-old com AM Discord. New chat. Shy Linksy says the dude who didn't wanna sleep.
Yeah, that's both of us. I don't want to make a habit of staying up till 3:30, but also, I don't know. Is this weird? I don't like my bed. There's nothing wrong with it. It's comfortable. I just don't like going to bed. Just going into my room to sleep is unpleasant.
New chat. Shy Linksy says mine isn't.
Oh man, a comfortable bed is so good. It's
New chat.
so good.
Shy Linksy says I need a new pillow.
Pillows matter a lot. And you need to replace them more than you think you do. Because if you're not taking out the stuffing, fluffing it, adding a new additional little bit of fluffing, and then
New user.
putting it all back together.
Jarcano.
Hello. There's like a whole process for refreshing a pillow.
New chat. Shy Linksy says hello there.
And if you're not doing that process, you basically just have to buy them.
New chat. Shy Linksy says yeah.
Did you know that back when down mattresses
New
were
chat.
invented?
Shy Linksy says mine is really bad.
Oh yeah, pillows can get bad. You shouldn't put up with it. You should always get a new pillow whenever you feel like the one you have is not doing you any service. Back when they sort of invented the type of mattress that came before the spring mattress, it was basically just a giant pillow. People would have a mattress shop where you would take your mattress to the shop. They
New
would
chat.
empty all the fluffing
Shy
out.
Linksy says but I wanna buy another car LOL.
I'm pretty sure if you can afford a car, you can afford a pillow and a car. For sure. So they would take all the fluffing out, they would wash it, re-fluff it, put it back in, and to compensate for any small amount of loss of fluff, they would add new fluff, they would put it all back together, and send you home with a refreshed mattress. And it was way cheaper than buying a new mattress. Plus, I've heard that they're more comfortable than spring mattresses. So modern mattresses are actually worse.
New chat. Shy Linksy says I have to save for a while to afford another car.
Well, I mean, a decent pillow should only be about $10. Or, if you want to go a $0 route, you can always sleep on your clothes. Like if there's a nice blanket or a soft jacket or just a pile of shirts or something that you wouldn't mind resting your head on. Sometimes that works really good for a substitute pillow. Laying on a pile of socks. Like a pillowcase stuffed with folded socks. That can be really nice.
New chat. Shy Linksy says I have a glass headlight.
They're usually plastic, right? But you have a glass one. Interesting. There's this whole light bulb conspiracy too.
New chat. Shy Linksy says 30-year-old car moment.
Heck yes. The way light bulbs used to be made was also better than the way they're made now. Not accounting for nice LED bulbs though. LED is improving the light bulb market. But the ones we had right before LED were worse than the ones that they came after. Light bulbs used to last an almost indefinite amount of time. Basically, you would have to smash them for them to stop working. But then people realized once they had sold everybody light bulbs, nobody wanted light bulbs anymore. And so in order to not go out of business, they started inventing light bulbs that break on purpose. Yay, capitalism.
New chat. Shy Linksy says yeah, I think my car still has the original 30-year-old headlight globes.
Yeah. I think that there's like a fire station somewhere that has the world's longest running light bulb that hasn't been turned off in like, I don't know, like 100 years.
New chat. Shy Linksy says I need that for my room, man.
You might be able to find somebody who still manufactures them like that. But modern LED bulbs are pretty good for that too. I've never heard of an LED burning out. I remember when I was younger, before people started buying LED light bulbs, I remember learning about LEDs in electronics and robotics class, and I asked why do they use LEDs in circuit boards and stuff, and they said, oh, because they never break, and they're very small and efficient, and they only need a tiny bit of energy, and they don't get hot. And I'm like, hold on,
New chat.
Why aren't we using this for everything?
Shy Linksy says, well, now you have cause I've had 4 go this year.
No, there you go. Well, I was going to say if an LED ever goes out, it's because there's a wiring issue. It's never because of the actual LED, unlike incandescent bulbs. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I just haven't heard of it happening. I know that the wiring can go, though, especially if it's cheap wiring.
New chat. Shy Linksy says MHM.
Mm-hmm. Also, I've heard from people that there is no
New
such
chat.
thing as a...
Shy Linksy says they were cheap bulbs.
Yeah, cheap bulbs, cheap wiring. You know, they had to replace wiring in my apartment that had gone out and was sparking. And so when maintenance came over to replace the wires, they're like, oh yeah, these are aluminum wires. We're going to replace them with copper wires for you. It's like, aluminum wires? Ugh. It's an old building.
New chat. Shy Linksy says I'm sorry we hate.
Yep. Copper's not the only thing you can use for wiring, it's just what you should use for
New
wiring.
Shy Linksy says how old is this damn building, damn?
At least 50 years. And it's very crap. It's a crap building. Yeah, the electrical sockets were just straight up sparking. The light, the sound.
New chat. Shy Linksy says cold.
Yeah, the thermal insulation's really bad. I have my own space heater and my own AC unit that I bought and then brought into the apartment. And when it rains, you can feel the condensation on the inside wall just because of how cold it is.
New chat. Shy Linksy says I have a old space heater.
I love space heaters. I originally didn't like them because they fry the air and make it smell bad and make it sort of like you get dehydrated and stuff. But if you've got the right kind of space heater and the right kind of situation, they're so comfy. It's so great. And basically necessary in the winter in this place.
Shy Linksy says, yeah, they make me dizzy.
Yeah, make sure you're drinking plenty of water, especially if the heater is on. It might be wise to run a space heater and a humidifier in the same room.
New chat. Shy Linksy says this one I have is the only one that doesn't.
That's great. It's really good to have those. So, I was taught, and many people were taught, that There's no such thing as a perfectly efficient machine or electronic mechanism, because all machines produce heat.
Shy Linksy says it has a humidifier part built in.
Oh, perfect. That's really good. So because all motion creates friction, and all electricity creates friction and heat, then there's no such thing as a perfectly efficient machine. Because, let's say, an electrical fan, for instance, it's not just producing power that rotates the blades, it's also producing heat as a byproduct. So there's no such thing as a perfectly efficient machine, except for a heater.
New chat. Shy Linksy says yes.
Is this a poster? I know that there's magazines.
New chat.
This is a mag.
Shy Linksy says mag.
Are there actually posters in this game? Besides
New
the ones
chat.
that are attached to the bus?
Shy Linksy says Ozin.
Mag. Ozine. When you said posters for the dorm, I was like, yeah, I want to do that.
Shy Linksy says no, there isn't posters.
Oh no, it was a joke? My hopes have been dashed. I've been betrayed.
Shy Linksy says you can with mods.
No, that's alright. I have never once used mods in a game, not because I don't want to, but I haven't ever been able to figure it out. I'm too stupid to use mods.
New chat. Shy Linksy says haha.
I'm so proud of my long tail.
New chat. Shy Linksy says whiplash.
Heck yeah. You definitely want to be sitting in the front of the arrangement. Definitely not in the back. And now you can, with my cool top of the bus couches for parties. I actually don't know when I'm planning to end stream today.
Shy Linksy says yeah, the rear one's for timeout.
If you've been a bad boy, you get the end of the trailer. Okay, I know. I've definitely run for a long time today, so let's say I'm gonna call the stream when I get to the next POI.
New chat. Shy Linksy says also no seatbelt.
I know, there's not a single seatbelt in this whole game.
New chat. Shy Linksy says hold on tight.
Yeah, exactly. You have to bury yourself under, like, a car hood or something to protect yourself from flying out. I love the sparkling lights in the distance.
New chat. Shy Linksy says hits a pole at 200.
Mm-hmm. Already going sideways. Whips fully around 360 degrees. If I wanted it to be like a tour bus or like one of those trains that they have at the zoo,
New chat.
I could just like have each
Shy
one
Linksy
of them have seats in it.
says sounds good.
I could have it so that each one of them is like a little gazebo with like two or four seats in it. Just like, get on the tour bus, it's time to go. That'd be great. I wonder if multiplayer will ever be stable enough where you could have like 10 people on one rig.
New chat. Shy Linksy says last one is economy class.
That one is where the poor people go. Oh my gosh. We truly live in capitalism.
New chat.
Oh.
Shy Linksy
That red light
says
scared
like
me at
me.
one point. Like me. Yep, same. I don't get paid for this. Vroom vroom. I've been working on a unified theory. If I make it through tonight, everybody's gonna hear me out. Hey, here's the next point of interest. That means I'm calling the stream. Thanks so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. And here we are. Boopity doop doop.
New chat. Shy Linksy says well then.
Save. Boop boop boop. F7. Wonderful, beautiful.
New chat. Shy Linksy says CYA later then.
Yeah, thanks so much for chatting. It was great. Have a good one. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do.